American experience. So, here we go. Let me make sure we get all this stuff going here. I'm on check all the other channels, make sure they're coming up. All right. Good deal. There we go. There's that. Good deal. All right. All right. Here we go. Throw a couple things at this here. Yeah, there we go. All right. Hey, Zubate. What's up, buddy? All right. Here we go. And back here. And that's where we go. Don T. Rump. What's going on, buddy? Oh, another beautiful day in the neighborhood. Yeah, dude. Got the hot water heater fixed. It's back in operation. You got battery box built. And tomorrow I'll be able to put it all together and power up the medical station. Yeah, it's all me. Come on up. Join the show. Join the conversation, man. Oh, man. My help didn't show up today, but they'll be here tomorrow. So we'll get a bunch of the trees transplanted. We'll get a bunch of the wood cleaned up. The pallets broke down. Hopefully get a bunch of the wood denailed, stacked up, get it out of the way, get things squared away, get the winter off the property kind of thing. All the leaves cleaned up, stuff like that. Right now, I'm using the Deep Cycle Marine batteries from Walmart. They're doing really well. I've had them operational for at least 6 months now. And they're doing really well. Yeah, they're 115 amp Deep Cycle 12 volt. Mm-hmm. No. Wet cells. Yeah. Well, they're, very affordable. I've got 12 of them right now in operation. And it seems to be doing pretty good. Yeah. And so, yeah. Oh, wow. And plus we're getting sun, so that's helping out a lot. Most of the day today, there was only about an hour or so that we didn't have sun. But, yeah, now we got power. Yep, lead acid. Wet cells. Yeah. So Man, Trump gave a good speech tonight at CPAC. That was awesome. I was trying to actually look up and see if I could find uh, a setup of the speech. It's not. Well, that sucks. There. Yeah, he was. Well, Don, as far as the batteries go, I'm either going to go and purchase a bunch of those uh, lipos, um, or I'm going to figure out how to build my own batteries. Not exactly sure what we're going to do just yet, but I would like to get. Um, I would like to do a bunch of those lithium um, 18650s or however that works. I'd like to do a bunch of those and see what we can do with those. Um, Building my own battery banks with them, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see because, yeah, I definitely need lots more energy storage. Winter's taught me that. Yeah, doing a power wealth kind of thing. Now, it looks fairly simple, and it looks like something I could definitely do. It doesn't look like it's going to be a huge issue for me, but yeah, just depends on how much. Yep, yeah, but I want to pull off about 2 kilowatts worth of energy storage. Right now, my big battery bank is at what 1.2 k. Yeah, and it'll last like 2.5 days without sun. So on my current usage, but I'd like to pick that up a little bit. So I'm thinking I'm going to go with like 2 to 3 k worth of battery storage. Oh yeah, for the troll motors, sure, sure. There's my huckleberry. Yeah, you got it. No trolls, Zoom. No trolls. Yeah, yeah, and that's what I've been seeing, Don. And I'm seeing. Uh, I just don't know, what those little 18650s are like 1.3 amp as far as the batteries go. So in order to do, you'd have to have 100 of them to do a 100 amp series. So just not sure how long they're going to last. Oh yeah, well with those things, Zoom, you don't need them for a long time. You know what I'm saying? You just need to be able to stand up for about 8 hours. You know, and generally because you're out there fishing, usually in the sun. You know. Oh, good. Yeah, hundreds of them. Yeah, you might even in order to build a kilowatt, you need to be like 1,000 of them. I mean, good lord. And let's see. In order to do, I need 10 of the deep cell batteries to do a kilowatt bank. And 10 of them is about 900 something dollars. So just for the batteries. Yeah, you and your friend, I got it. But yeah, so you need 1,000 of them to do. Not so sure how feasible that is. Yeah, but what kind of price, Don? What kind of price is on those bad boys? I'm just kind of wondering. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hell. Good lord. I get it. My budget every year is about 4K for my energy systems. So I've got about 4K into it now with the batteries and the panels and the inverters and the charge controllers and stuff like that. So, yep. Once I get the shop open, start making some money, I'll be dumping some more money into it. Do you have any links on that for 500 or 600 bucks? Yeah, that would be something I could do. That'd be something I will do. I can do a 3.3 kilowatt battery bank for 500 600 bucks. You're damn right. In fact, I'd be willing to put a grand into it. Well, zoom back. We're talking about the batteries, the Samsung lipos. Yep, 18650s. Hey, Travis Scott. What? Oh, you want to be banned? Your dad has a 60-inch Samsung. Oh, okay. I can hook you up. There you go. All right, there you go. Your wish is my command. Goodbye. All right, so yeah, it's crazy, man. Well, at least he was up front. I just want to get banned. Nuts. Nuts. If and buts were fruit and nuts, we all live in a squirrel's dreamland. It's Saturday night. That's right. And started off. Oh, man. Where's it at? Oh, the fire in the bowl. So, I just wonder where everybody's at. Probably out partying. Ah, man, it was up. It was fairly nice today. Didn't get warm until about 2 o'clock this afternoon, though. And that quickly got cold about 2 hours later. Can't pronounce his name. I haven't heard from him today. Ah, that beats the Patriots. Okay. Cool, cool. Hey, Scudder. Hey, Winnie. How you doing? Grab a link. Come on up. Yep. Now's your chance. There is. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Ryan and hey, oh, I see. Oh wow, he's got a coin collection thing he's showing up there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I've tried to give him a call again today. His phone's still dead. No answer, no reply. I texted him. Hopefully, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Hope he's all right. I think so. I mean, he's a tough cookie. He's a survivor, but he's not answering his phone. I mean, it doesn't even ring. It just goes straight to voicemail as if it's not powered on. Yeah, no, he's not answering. His phone's not even ringing. You know, when your phone is dead, completely dead, it just goes straight to voicemail. That's what it's doing. Yeah. Not exactly sure how things are going, but I haven't heard from him in 3 days now. This is day number 3. Oh, shoot. I sure hope not. I don't think so. Oh, I'm sure he'll have a story when he comes back. And maybe not Huckleberry. He is out in the middle of nowhere, kind of. He's hidden away back in behind a bunch of farmers' fields, and uh, yeah, and there's no telling. I don't think so. I mean, the closest one I think is to him that I know of is pro-life, and I don't think she knows exactly where he's at anyway. Uh, Not exactly sure, but yeah, I feel you. I'm kind of concerned the same way. Um, Cause shit, he ain't got nobody else that's gonna look up on him. Warehouse dweller, but if warehouse dweller can't get a hold of him, I don't even know if he knows where he's actually at. Yep, and his name is Bruce. So, yep, that's his boss. That's the one he works for. But I have a feeling if he was going to work, he'd be able to charge his phone. But I just pray for him. Pray's okay. And yeah, his boss has been sick too. So there's no telling. Um, but Lord, keep your hand on that boy. So, but yeah, there's been. I've just about got. Uh, they're saying Joe Biden won the primary in South Carolina. Of course, Trump's numbers are still way bigger than everything included in the Democrat Party. So we'll see. Um, Let's go back over this one. I'm sorry, guys. I'm looking for this. This. Ah. There we go. All right. Nope, not there. Okay. Okay, right side doesn't have his CPAC speech up. Hmm. Yeah, that's the other thing here too. I saw an article here. U.S. finalizes a historic Taliban peace deal. Now this is a game changer. I just wonder how good what good it's going to do. But this is something we could watch. Check this out. Let me pull this up. I want to see this anyway. Damn it. Okay. No. No video. Damn. All right. Let's see about this. Oh, this is interesting. This might work out pretty good. Let's go back over here. No, he's not missing in action. He's moving. Bear is moving. Yeah. He's not going to be in that place where he's at on Mount Rainier. Last I talked to him, he was talking about moving out to Montana. He's going to be going to a place over there where he's got work. And I haven't heard from him recently in the last week or so, but I did leave him a message, and hopefully he'll call me back. Hopefully there's get some news on them as well. Yeah. All right. Hey, I'm gonna start up a stream for the new site there. There's a it's a overall update from uh, One America News, and we'll go ahead and put this up and play this one here.
This is Headlines Tonight, delivering the news the way you want to hear it. On tonight's show, Deanna Lorraine hits the streets in Los Angeles to discuss Representative Ilhan Omar, and Bernie Sanders calls in for an exclusive interview. And now, your host, Drew Berquist.
Good evening, I'm Drew Berquist, and this is Headlines Tonight, and we start right off with some breaking news. ISIS has released a video featuring its leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The video, which was posted on the militant group's El Furqan media network, marks the first time the reclusive terrorist has appeared on film in nearly 5 years. Turns out Baghdadi was struggling for relevance after sustaining both injuries and defeat, but apparently all it took was a letter from this guy to reignite his fire. We were able to get a copy of the note, which reads, "Yo, Baghdadi, if I can blow up my career using bleach in a noose, the crazy stuff you guys do will win you an Oscar. Turn the camera back on, bro." Signed, Jussie. So some encouraging words there from Jussie Smollett. Interesting. Moving on, as everyone saw and heard, former Vice President Joe Biden officially jumped into the 2020 presidential race last week. The theme for the 76-year-old's announcement was the battle for the soul of America. Because who knows more about soul than a 76-year-old white guy from Scranton? Seriously. Biden said he can't wait to hit the campaign trail, and he looks forward to invading the personal space of people across the country.
This is old.
The former vice president, who recently was criticized by several women for uncomfortable touching, promised his third presidential run will be different. According to his staff, we'll see. According to his staff, though, from this point forward, after meet and greet, scorecards will be given out for people to rate the interaction with Biden. A 1 means, I wish I had my pepper spray. While a 5 means, aw, Grandpa's hands just go wherever they want. Yeah. But in all seriousness, during a recent interview, actress Alyssa Milano defended Joe Biden over his inappropriate behavior allegations. The actress was adamant that Biden simply grew up in a different culture, but did say it was a little weird when he put his hands over her eyes and said, "Hey, who's the boss?"
All right. Yeah. That's not functional. Check the link. There's the link up. Huckleberry's got it up there. Come on up, Zoom babe. But yeah, we get this. Get some something. Yeah, we can find something here. And got Okay. Oh wow. Owen Schroyer got removed from CPAC. What? I'm gonna play this one. Oh, let's see what he did.
Like I said, I was following all the rules. I didn't even care that they told me I couldn't live stream. I didn't even care that they kicked me out of booths that people paid for, by the way. They paid thousands of dollars to have those booths, and now they're being told who can and can't be at it. So let me refresh, since I think you just got here. So in the last hour, I was first told I'm not allowed to be at a booth, which someone else paid thousands of dollars for and invited me to be at. I was then told I cannot live stream anywhere. I was then told I cannot film anywhere except on Radio Row. I followed all those rules without a fuss. So I came over here. I had 2 booths invite me to be on their radio shows that I was planning to do today. I was interviewing a couple of people, and then all of a sudden I got kicked out by CPAC. They did not give me a reason. They said they would send a representative over here to give me a reason. I've still not got that reason. All right. So, taking any other questions? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. No, they kicked me out of the event. I'm no longer allowed to be in CPAC 2020. Any other questions?
Is there any reputation that your board could have that would lead to you being kicked out for anything that you would say?
I would say it's similar to what they've done to Trump in the media. You know how they like to call Trump a racist and all this stuff that's not true? They do the same thing about InfoWars. But I think what they're really afraid of is the fact that we will report things that they won't, and we will hear all voices that they won't. And I think that that's why they're kicking us out here, is because we are truly believers in free speech. We truly believe in the First Amendment. And I think, as you can see here at CPAC, they don't have that core concept. The irony is pretty rich, isn't it? The irony is pretty rich. And here we are trying to beat big tech censorship, and I'm getting censored at CPAC. It's pretty sad.
Now, I mean, obviously, it's not the case here. Things happen. Why do you expect you out doing that? This would happen.
Well, I think it's sad. It's a great question, and it's sad because they've obviously done the measurements. They're not dumb people; they're smart people. So they've done the measurements, and they've decided whatever scene Schroyer is going to cause, whatever media gaggle is going to happen because we kick him out, we're willing to take that risk. That's how much we don't want Schroyer's voice here. So they measured it, and they decided we'd rather have Schroyer gone. Forget what the media gaggle might be. Forget what the repercussions might be. It's more important for us to make sure he's not here today. I would say ironically enough, what I think needs to be done about social media censorship. That was the big topic.
So they're kicking out InfoWars, Owen Schroyer, Savannah, while they were interviewing a congressman. They came up and said that they need to get out. So Owen
Keep in mind too, so we've been here for the past 2 days. Owen has done the live broadcast for the past 2 days. We were downstairs in the booth. Owen was asked to go sit in booths in the media areas while he needed media credentials to get over there. He didn't go anywhere where you would need a media credential. We've been following all the rules. Owen has been very peaceful. He's been talking to people. He's really loved over here. People have been coming up to him all to take pictures, and this is how we are treated here at CPAC 2020.
But mind you, Jared Holt still has credentials and full access.
And I gave them no pushback. And they just kept going and going and going, and now they've kicked me out of the event and are still yet. It's about 15 minutes later, still yet. I don't think they will. I think if they do, they'll try to say like, oh, you were breaking too many rules or something. But I don't think they will give me a reason. I don't expect the representatives to come over here and talk to me. I think they just want me shut up. They want me kicked out, and they want conservative Inc. to dominate this, and they don't want the grassroots conservatives and Trump supporters to be involved because they want to control the narrative. Just like the left wants to control the narrative, we're seeing today that the powerful people at conservative Inc. want to do the same thing, and it's sad. It's really sad.
Did you get a press pass as well though in the beginning when you first came initially?
No, InfoWars was denied media credentials and denied booth. They straight up denied us either, so we had to pay for an attendee badge, which is fine. I get it. You don't want to have InfoWars in your political action committee, fine. But I paid to be an attendee, and they're still kicking me out.
Wow. When did they deny you? Because I'm sure you guys applied online. Is that correct?
Months ago. We applied months ago. Yeah.
Denied us.
And they never gave you a reason why they weren't going to give you media protection.
Actually, they said they were out.
They said they were out of media credentials and booth areas, so we wouldn't be able to get
They said they had no room. And we were proven that's a total lie.
And I would like to know too that there are other members of our crew here who don't have the InfoWars name on their badge who were given media credentials. So I'd like to point that out as well.
Owen Troyer here from Infowars.com and with Ashley St. Clair, who I thank for having me on this broadcast because I'm one of the most banned men in America now. So let me give you the details. Just over a month ago, Infowars applied for a booth at CPAC and we were rejected. I also applied for media credentials and I was rejected. The excuse we were given is that they didn't have any room for us. Now, I'll just tell you, we've proven that to be a total lie. But fine, we said fine, we get it, you don't want us to have a booth, fine, whatever. I paid to be an attendee. So I showed up as an attendee. Now, I've been here the last 2 days. I was invited to people who paid for booths, thousands of dollars for booths. I was invited to be a part of their booths. It's obviously great marketing for them. People like to see InfoWars, so we hang out by their booth. They get a little feedback too from people that are watching and seeing their logos. So we were fine the last 2 days. I was live streaming, interviewing people, everything was great. And then today I show up, I go to the exact same spot I've been, and CPAC comes up and says, "Oh, Owen, you're not allowed to be at the booth. You can't be in any booths." I said, "Why?" They said, "You can only have one company at a booth." Again, I didn't come here to raise the ruckus. I didn't come here to ruffle feathers. So I said, "Okay, fine, I won't be at a booth." I stepped away. I went to a neutral table, live streaming. CPAC came back and said, "Owen, you're not allowed to live stream. Stop the live streaming." I said, "Fine, I'll cut the live stream." I cut the live stream. I did an HD interview. They come back. They say, "Oh, you cannot film here. If you want to film, you have to go to Radio Row." I said, "Fine." Left the booth area, went up to Radio Row, began filming, was interviewing people running for Congress in Virginia, Minnesota, other places. CPAC comes back and says, "Mr. Stroyer, you've got to go." Now, they still have not given me a reason. I followed all their rules, but apparently 4 strikes and I'm out. I've still not been given a reason. The latest thing I've been told is I'm not allowed to film, so I'm kicked out for filming. Now imagine that claim when there's thousands of people walking around here filming. So that's clearly a lie. This is clearly a targeted censorship of InfoWars at CPAC. Now, everyone's wondering, who? Obviously, the powers that be don't want InfoWars to be here. So who is that and why? That is the question that I think conservatives need to demand answers on. Why do I have to leave? What pass? I have a pass right here. I've been invited to multiple radio booths. So I'm being... All right. I just want everyone to know that CPAC is now kicking InfoWars out. I just want everyone to know CPAC is now kicking InfoWars out. God bless you guys. We love CPAC. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. Love you guys. We love you guys. I wish I could stick around and talk, but I'm being removed. Thank you guys. How you doing, man? I'm getting kicked out of CPAC right now. I'm being kicked out of CPAC, guys. It's been nice being here. It's been nice. They let me here the last 2 days, and then I think someone complained to have me kicked out. Is this Charlie Kirk having me kicked out? What's going on here? All right, folks. So that's it. So, I'm literally being kicked out of CPAC right now. I don't know why. I followed all the rules. They told me I couldn't live stream, so I quit live streaming. They told me I couldn't be in booths unless I was at Radio Row. So I left my booth. I came up to Radio Row. Now they're kicking me out. So I played all the rules they wanted me to play, but now they're kicking me out. I don't know why. Do I have a reason why?
Please go.
No, I have no reason why. Tom Fitton, God bless you. You're an American hero, Tom. God bless Tom Fitton. So InfoWars is now being escorted out. Yep, they kicked me out. See, I don't know. They won't tell me why. I think someone complained. Maybe Charlie Kirk.
Why do you think they kicked you out?
I really don't know. I think someone must have complained. I've been here 3 days, haven't caused a scene at all. InfoWars is the most popular group here. I followed all their rules. I quit live streaming. I left the booth I was at downstairs. I came up to Radio Row like they requested, and now they're kicking me out. So a conservative political action committee is censoring itself in the age of censorship. They have panels discussing free speech as they censor themselves. And look at the media coverage here. InfoWars is the most popular group here. Look at what happened to Alex Jones. InfoWars is the most popular group in the Trump movement, and they're kicking InfoWars out, even though I followed all their rules.
What were you doing when they kicked you out?
Somebody running for Congress, a Republican running for Congress in Virginia. His name was Roche. So I'm being escorted out now. No, they still refuse. You can ask. She's right here. This is the CPAC rep right here, so you'll have to ask her. So I'm a bad boy. I've followed all the rules.
Why did you get kicked out? Call and talk to someone about it.
Did he call someone? If you're going to kick us out, you need to give us a reason.
I don't have to.
Yeah, I paid for an attendee ticket here. I paid, ma'am.
A lot of money to be here.
I will find someone for you to talk to.
But you're the one escorting me out. So InfoWars is being kicked out of CPAC. InfoWars is being kicked out of CPAC now.
So you're now
So what I'm going to say is wait here, and I will get you someone to talk to.
conservative media then.
So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want to say something right now. I appreciate CPAC for letting us be here, but here's the truth. I decided I didn't want to start a fight with CPAC, okay? I really appreciate everything they've done, and I really appreciate them letting me here. But if you want to know the full story, they've now forced me to do it. InfoWars was rejected a booth here. We were rejected from having a booth. I was denied a media credential. They allowed Jared Holt and others and people from CNN and people that hate our guts, people that literally want to put us in a gulag. CPAC allowed a media credential, but not Owen Schroyer, who literally got put in a gulag for this country. And so they're going to have panels discussing free speech here at CPAC as they censor themselves, and they censor the biggest and loudest voice in the Trump movement, Infowars.com. So it's a shame that they have me kicked out. Now, they haven't given me a reason. I have been allowed to be here the last 2 days. I followed all of their rules. I was told I couldn't live stream earlier today, even though I've been doing it all week. I said, fine, I won't live stream. I was then told I couldn't film anything or be at any of the booths downstairs. So I said, fine, I'll go up to Media Row. They said that was fine. I was in Media Row conducting interviews. Now they kicked me out for that, and they haven't given me a reason. Okay, so the only thing I can think of is a powerful person who has pull around here, or a powerful group who has pull around here, has decided they don't want InfoWars to be a part of this. And I think it's sad, because I personally want to see everyone come together. I personally want to be a link that brings all the different brands of conservatives, Trump supporters, Republicans together. We need a big tent. We can't be fracturing ourselves as the Democrat Party is doing that. So it's really painful
Hey,
that
Ryan.
InfoWars, that was paramount in getting Trump in office and has been paramount for the free speech fight for decades, that CPAC would kick us out. But this is Conservative Inc., okay? And I said I did not want to make a scene here. This is not what I wanted to do. I didn't want a bunch of cameras on me because I got kicked out. I didn't want CPAC to become an enemy, and they're still not. But I think it's sad that CPAC has now kicked me out, refuses to let InfoWars have a booth, refuses to let InfoWars have a media pass, even though, as you can see, look at the attention InfoWars receives. No other group. They have not given me a reason. I suspect people in high places, I think people in high places, I just think they don't like InfoWars for whatever reason. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
They're trying to keep out of the limelight.
Someone's coming.
I was told that they would send a representative over here to tell me why I was kicked out. Now, will that happen? I don't know. They probably will just ignore me. But again, no, they're literally giving me no reason. They've given me no reason. I was conducting an interview with somebody running for Congress in Virginia. I was conducting interviews with people who were on free speech panels here at CPAC. I had 2 individuals invite me to go on their radio shows, live on Media Row, where they told me I could be, and now they've kicked me out. So if you want to get an excuse from CPAC, you're going to have to wait around like the rest of us, because they told me they'd send a representative. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Free speech summits and free speech panels here at CPAC as they censor themselves. I think it's beyond hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is clear. There is something else afoot here. There is tyranny here. If they can kick me out when I've done nothing wrong, played by all their rules, paid to get in here, then there's something else afoot. Somebody with money or is deciding who is allowed to be in CPAC. That's a bigger threat right there. More than hypocrisy. Yeah, exactly. They want to stand for the First Amendment? Well, then have a big tent and let InfoWars in too. Look at how popular we are. That's just a fact. So why would they be doing this? Why would they want this negative press of kicking out InfoWars for doing nothing wrong? Think about that. They have made the measurement that they don't care that they're going to get all this negative press. They don't care that they're going to have all this scene right here. They don't care that they're going to be exposed for frauds on free speech. That's how much they want to silence me. That's how much they want to silence InfoWars. So you got to ask why.
Hey,
and
Lizzie.
CPAC still has not sent a representative over here to answer the question. This is my first time at CPAC. I followed all the rules. I didn't want to cause a fuss. I didn't want to rustle feathers. I really didn't. I've been very mild-mannered. I followed all of their rules, but today they've decided to kick me out, so this is my only hope, is to report the truth and tell everybody what happened. Alex Jones was here yesterday and mobbed a lot like this, but he was not kicked out. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions while we wait for CPAC?
Why do you think they let people like Jared Holt in and kick you out?
I guess they would rather have people like Jared Holt, who refers to us as Nazis and homophobes and all this stuff that's inaccurate. They'd rather have people that are trying to destroy the American Revolution. They'd rather have them in here than InfoWars.
I think this is unfortunate. It's just like the tech companies that are censoring the speech on the internet.
It's clearly unfortunate. I mean, I don't know if the tech companies have anything to do with this, but it's very similar to what the tech companies have done, is it not? I feel like this is what happens at InfoWars when we get banned from YouTube. We're not allowed to come to CPAC now.
Who were you interviewing when you got kicked out?
I believe I was interviewing John Schweppe, who is actually a speaker on a free speech forum that they had here.
You weren't fighting with anyone?
No, I didn't confront anyone. I've been very mild-mannered this entire time. Any other questions? Go ahead. So, in the last 30 minutes to an hour, I was first told not to be at any booths. So I left the booths. I was then told I wasn't allowed to live stream. So I shut down my live stream. I then started filming HD, and they said, sir, you can't film unless you go up to Radio Row. So I went to Radio Row, I started filming, they kicked me out for that. I can see no logical reason why CPAC is kicking me out today. I cannot find a single one except, as I said, powerful people in high places made the call to kick InfoWars out. Other than getting arrested for disrupting Congress, which is basically a liberal event now, I don't think so. I've never been kicked out of a liberal rally. I've never been kicked out of Bernie rallies that I've gone to. So yeah, so CPAC censors more than the Democrats now in real time.
Conservatives are guilty of doing kind of the same thing that liberals are doing. They want to censor certain things that they don't really agree with.
I think what happened to me today does not represent conservatives at all. I think what happened to me today represents, like I said, the powerful people who control this pack, or the powerful people, call them Conservative Inc., whatever you want to call them, they made the decision. As you can see, the grassroots doesn't want InfoWars. Do you guys want InfoWars out? Does anyone here think I should be kicked out? So as you can see, this does not represent conservatives. This does not represent the Trump base. This represents 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 people who don't like InfoWars and don't want us here for whatever reason. Yeah, the conservative movement's been infiltrated by tyrants. That's what I can only say here.
Are you white supremacist?
No, I'm not even gonna hear those questions because it's just ridiculous, and they know that. They know none of that's true. Yeah. Well,
I watched, you just had an interview with Mike Lindell. It was a fantastic interview. Why don't you talk about
yeah, I interviewed Mike Lindell. I'm interviewing all kinds of members running for Congress. I'm interviewing all kinds of people here, and I haven't been disruptive. And by the way, is the CPAC rep here yet? Is anyone from CPAC here to tell me why I've been kicked out yet, or did they just lie about that too? I don't know. It was a nice lady. I'm sorry. They are yet to give me a reason. I followed all their rules. I paid to be here. I literally followed all their rules. They told me they would send me a representative to answer the question. That was about 10 minutes ago, and I've still not had an answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Owen Schroyer over the phone right now, and I am in Washington, D.C., not live from CPAC today as we had been the last 2 days flawlessly. It was a great time. We interviewed all the great guests, but in case you haven't heard the news, today I was kicked out of CPAC. We don't know why. The HD video is on my Twitter account. If you want to see that event, and I'm sure that John Bound and Darren McBreen are going to maybe even go to that HD footage while they have all their great guests coming on today. And so I'm going to hand the reins back over to them here momentarily.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Lizard? What's going on, bud? Canoes. You at work? Hey, Ryan. Welcome in. Yeah, what was that coin collection thing? Was he selling those over there, Pete the Patriot? Infect the rules. Yeah. But yeah, this is it was interesting. I kicked. Wonder what comes of that. Canoes, you still at work? Oh, it was an auction. Oh, okay. Really? Oh, wow. Now I seen Trump's speech today. That was cool. He was good. Oh yeah, 2 minutes to close. All right. Oh, it was just a book. There wasn't no coins in it. Hey, battery. Oh wow. So it's just the book, huh? Wow. Well, there was yeah, there's still like 8 minutes of this video left for onshore. I wonder if it's got anything in there. Oh wow. What was Key about? Oh. Oh, he's collecting up money for blessing bags for the homeless in his area. Cell block key for Rikers Island. grief. Hey, Lizard, come on up on screen. Grab the link. Come on up. Yeah, there was been. Wow. Sorry, guys. I'm still looking at these articles, trying to go back and forth. I think I'm going to bring up the rest of this Owen one, though. I want to see what he's got to say. Get back to that. There we go. And, well, doggone it. There it is.
And, look, I'll just say this to the audience. I'm probably not in the best headspace to be live right now anyway. So it's good that John and Darren are there ready to go, and it's good that they have great guests coming up. But, yes, kicked out of CPAC today. Again, the HD footage of that happening is on my Twitter account. Darren and John, feel free to play that. If you guys are still lined up with guests and don't have time, perfectly understandable. So the audience just knows where they can find that. We'll also put it up at band.video. In fact, I'll just go ahead and put this order out on the air right now. If we can get Sam, the great editor there, to just pull those videos in and just splice them together. I know there'll be probably a little audio hiccups every time we put them together. Or maybe there's a way we can do it. I don't know, folks. We're, like I said, everything's changed. Everything's changed, and changed again in about the last 5 hours. The crew's probably laughing because they know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I'll just say this. We're not... we're choosing not to make a big thing of this. We don't want, people to think that we're not welcome in conservative groups or Republican groups or whatever. So we're just going to leave it at that. Now, the good news is people are seeing this, and whatever you think the problem may be with conservative ink, people are seeing it and addressing it. They don't like having Owen Schroyer being kicked out of CPAC for doing absolutely nothing. And let's just say people in the know and people who, we'll just say flirt in the White House, maybe that's the wrong term to use, but they're around it. They know what happened and they don't like it. And so it's just yet another example of the censorship. Now, we're going to have, obviously, at Band.video updates coming, and there's a lot of other news to cover. So that's what we're going to focus on here today. That's what Darren and John are going to be focusing on here today with the coronavirus outbreak and with some of the other news that's developing. But as I've said, I wish that the president would take this opportunity to close the borders and really hit hard, strong border security as a 2020 campaign issue, just like he did in 2016. And it's the perfect backdrop with coronavirus breaking out to do so. And yes, is the media trying to use this to hurt Donald Trump? Of course. Is it CDC? Yes, even the CDC is politicized, folks. The head of the CDC, Rod Rosenstein's sister. Yes, that Rod Rosenstein. So even the CDC is politicized. That's how dangerous things are, where the Centers for Disease Control is a politicized bureaucracy now. That's everything that happened under the Obama administration. They politicized everything. They politicized the judicial branch. They politicized everything. The courts. They politicized the Centers for Disease Control, the FBI, the CIA. Everything was politicized for the liberal progressive agenda under Obama, the anti-American agenda. And so we're seeing that now with the CDC being used to hurt Donald Trump and the mainstream media parroting it to hurt Donald Trump. Well, Trump needs to realize that America knows who these people are. America knows that the scum in the media are going to use anything to attack him, and that every branch now of these bureaucracies has been politicized. So he needs to ram through it, ignore the fake news, ignore them trying to demonize him with this, and do the right thing, shut down the border, get back to patrolling border security, what he ran on in 2016, and use the backdrop of coronavirus, which if they're hyping up, I'm telling you, they're giving him a fastball down the plate, and, he's too busy saying, hey, I asked for a curveball. Why are you giving me the fastball? No, he needs to swing at the fastball, hit the home run, and get strong border security. And so that's what is going on with that. Now, we got a bunch of HD clips and videos and reports and everything that's going to be going up at band.video. Once I have a minute here to settle down, we are going to be doing that. But just remember, folks, everything we do is made possible by your support at InfoWarsStore.com. So it sucks that our coverage at CPAC, or at least my coverage at CPAC got cut short today. But we proved another point. The CPAC wants to have censorship committees and forums and have all of this stuff and invite everyone like Jared Holt from Right Wing Watch and CNN and all these other people. But InfoWars, not allowed, and then banned. So that's their choice, and they can live with that, and they can live with the consequences, which they obviously decided and measured and decided that's what they were going to do. But we're not going to focus on that today, guys. We're going to focus on other news. So just continue to support us at InfoWarsStore.com because they can censor us everywhere. But as long as you support us at InfoWarsStore.com, we'll always have InfoWars. We'll always have band.video. Thanks to your support. So I'm going to hand the reins back over to John and Darren, and they're going to take over. Stay tuned to band.video for more. All right, guys, take it away.
Thanks, Owen. That's insane what happened. And, it just goes to show that the voice in the wilderness, those who stand with the truth, or even, I'm not saying we're always perfect, that we know everything, but at least we're trying to get to the bottom of things here, which is pretty rare these days.
Silly info warrior.
Yeah.
CPAC is for establishment conservatives.
Right. So we're just being pushed out of.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Out of every.
I'm sure Ben Shapiro's still there. They didn't kick out Charlie Kirk. I mean,
no, they didn't kick out Right Wing Watch.
No.
They didn't kick out the New York Times reporter, opinion piece person who said all that racist stuff about white people. She's there.
Well, they captured it all on video, and it's on HD, and it's on band.video. It's also on Owen
Daily
Schroyer's,
Beast is there.
Owen Schroyer's Twitter for now. They don't like. They're probably embarrassed by the way they treated him. So eventually, even conservatives will call for Twitter to take that down. That's where this is going. Larry, does this shock you at all? You heard what happened to Owen Schroyer, InfoWars, kicked out of CPAC. Are you surprised?
Well, frankly, I'm not surprised. Right? I'm angered, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that Owen was correct. What we need to learn to do is to even more is to be both tactical and strategical. The fact of the matter is that rhinos, and I'm not calling them all rhinos or rhinos, that's the black folks, the rhinos and the rhinos. But the fact of the matter is that we have enemies or people who, I think you put it this way, Darren, I think you said establishment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a movement. This is a new movement. They have yet to realize that we are a movement. And we are sweeping aside the status quo.
We're the ones that got Trump elected. We're the ones that got Trump elected, not these guys.
Right.
I mean, where was the Bush family? They supported.
We're the ones that fought in World War II. We're the ones that fought at Midway. We're the ones that were the Tuskegee Airmen. We are the Americans.
John McCain.
That's who we are. We're not radicals here. We're just Americans.
I just think of John McCain and the establishment Republicans, these old rhino Republicans, all these guys. I mean, they're past tense, man. And that's what CPAC is hanging on to, and they're going to, I'm telling you, it's going to backfire.
You mentioned John McCain. Mm-hmm. I call Mitt Romney the reincarnation of John McCain. And we've got too many. And we've got to deal with it.
Yeah.
We've got to deal with it. We cannot ignore it.
Yeah.
We cannot.
No, we're going to deal with it. And they're trying to hang on. They're trying to hang on. And basically, the big tech giants are trying to collude with them. They want the false right versus left paradigm to continue.
All right. So, Hey, Buffalo Bill, grab a link. Come on up. You got snowed. You know what? I don't think they ever said. Because we were watching a video. They never gave a reason. But I think they're on to something. They're exposing the control elements in the Republican conservative groups. Yeah, somebody come on up. Please. But I actually want to see some more of the work that he done up there.
Owen Troy from InfoWars. Yeah, how you doing? Just a real quick question for you. Are we filming? So recently, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said it's impossible in America to pull yourself up from the bootstraps. I look at the Mike Lindell story, and I think you're the perfect example that it is possible. So your story, going from a crack addict to the most successful self-employed pillow salesman in American history, is the perfect example. What do you make of a comment like that, saying you can't pull yourself up from the bootstraps in America?
Well, she's wrong. With God, all things are possible. She should go read her Bible. That's with God, all things are possible. And we have a great president that's allowing things. We're Christian values in our country now. You can finally, you're opening up and protecting us, protecting the Christian values. We have an amazing administration to do that. Where before, I always put mine out there. I wear my cross on TV. I put it right out there.
We appreciate you for that.
No shame, but she's just wrong, And I think with my story, what people need to look for now is hope, and especially with addiction. You look at addiction. Sure, my story's magnified, but people go, "Wow, if he can do it, I can do it." My friends, here's an example. My friends, they seen me. I was in the White House for a manufacturers summit with the president. We're made in America. And I'm sitting right next to him, and all my friends are going, "What is that ex-crack addict sitting in the White House next to the president?" That has to be God, because there's no way he could be there. With God, all things are possible. So that's it.
And two, I think it demoralizes the youth that may be coming up in a tough situation. Oh, you can't make it. No, you can.
No, I'd say they're trying to promote hopelessness so they can, it's like this socialism thing now. You realize I didn't know anything about politics, but I think a lot of them just feel socialism as being social. They don't really know what it is or what it's going to manifest to. And if they looked around, they go, what's so bad with the way things are going? Things are going great, finally. Donald Trump wasn't either party, really. He took a Republican Party and turned it into the Common Sense Party. Everybody was against what he was doing, but he was the common sense person. When I met him, I'm going, wow, a businessman going, here's a problem, here's the solution. But it's one thing to have a problem and a solution. You better know what's going to happen with the solution, what it manifests to. That's where he's very gifted. Going, hey, if we do this, it's going to be over here. And he's such a great listener. He's like a calculator. He'll take it in. People might not like how, all this, he needs to not be on Twitter and stuff. If he wasn't made for Twitter, we wouldn't be talking. He did one thing I want everybody to know. The best thing he ever did was when I came out of addiction, I go, what is going on? You know what he did? He smashed political correctness, or nothing would be getting done, because it's everyone trying to shame. Oh, you can't say that. You can't say this. I was at the White House yesterday for the Black History Month. All the stuff that's been done for a population that has been ignored for 50 years, and now the lowest black unemployment rate. Everybody's working. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. The prison reform. I've been speaking to prisons. These are friends of mine that went in for stuff, and things that happened. It was for father wounds and stuff, and all these things that went on, and that the Clintons put in all this stuff back in the day, and it's just terrible. But it's great that we're finally doing something about it.
Do you think that's what it is? It's that businessman acumen instead of the political swamp acumen that's made the difference?
100%. It's.
Hey, what's up? I'm bringing us down. Hey, Bill.
I watched it earlier.
Oh, did you?
I saw on Twitter just before I came on here.
Oh, wow.
I got snowed in. Yeah, it started snowing. I came back down off the mountain.
So how much snow did you get up there?
It had just started snowing, and it was getting nasty, and I'm in a 2-wheel drive truck, so I didn't want to take a chance of having to throw chains.
Right, right. Holy crap. So you were, what were you up there doing anyway?
I was metal detecting, and I did a little fishing and did some metal detecting up there.
You find
The only
anything?
thing I found was some old cartridges. A lot of empty cartridges up there. Deer hunters leave all over the place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I was up in the snow zone. I was trying to avoid the snowy areas and saw a lot of tracks. I saw a lot of tracks, all kinds of animals up there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no doubt.
Every once in a while, I got to go up there. I would have stayed up there overnight, but I left in the morning, and I would have stayed overnight, but it started snowing. So right when it was getting dark.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but no, you didn't find nothing but some brass, huh?
All I found was some brass. I found a lot of rifle cartridges and not much else. I didn't do a lot of metal detecting. I mean, I could have done more, but
Well, I got the hot water heater fixed.
good.
Right. Now I gotta crawl back underneath the trailer and put pressure in the pressure tank. I gotta put air in the pressure tank. It bled out over the cold. But yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be beautiful, and I'm hopefully got a few people coming down to help me get stuff done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Second cousin of mine and
Yeah.
his nephew, and they're coming out. He's the one that got that 8-point buck off the property this past fall.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. He was like, he was like, I'll come out and help you. I was like, he was supposed to come out today, but
The way that property looks, it looks like it could be pretty good area for hog hunting.
well, I'm not sure we got much for hogs here. There's a lot of turkey. There's a lot of deer. There's a lot of, we got coyotes every once in a while. I know we got bear. We've got um, mountain lion.
That looks like hog. That looks like typical hog territory.
Well, I haven't seen any evidence of one. That you know how they tear up the ground.
Oh, they're
Um,
terrible.
yeah, I haven't seen any brush ups. So
I was pulling guard duty in Germany, and in the motor pool out in Grafenwehr, and I'm good to go. I'm walking around in between the freaking artillery and all that, and I all of a sudden and I could see hoof prints all over the place from hogs. And while I was standing out there at guard duty, all of a sudden I caught out of the corner of my eye, looked over there, and there was a mother with a whole bunch of little piglets running through there. I jumped up on top of that howitzer, man. I didn't come down all night. The whole time I was there, because I was like, damn, this place is infected with these things.
oh no shit, no shit. You know, I used to keep a couple rounds on me just in case. you know, you know the yeah.
They wouldn't let us have live ammo.
Well, they didn't give us live ammo. I brought my own. I always had an extra clip of the 45s for my 1911, and I always had about 7 or 8 rounds in the butt of the M16. So yeah, if I had to, I could breech load it.
No, I wasn't allowed to have my rifle with me. I didn't even have a rifle pulling guard duty out there. So stupid. What's the purpose of even me pulling guard duty if I'm not armed?
Right. I was going to say, what? Unless you're like on fire watch or something like that, which that wasn't it. Sounded like somebody just wanted to be mean to you.
Yeah, it was kind of like that.
Right.
It wasn't always the case. I mean, sometimes we were armed.
Oh, yeah. No, we were, anytime we were out and stuff, then, no, they
I
made
was
sure.
locked and loaded. I was locked and loaded in Turkey the whole time, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But
locked and loaded, locked and cocked and ready to rock.
Yeah, a lot of the boys were loaded when they went on guard duty for the motor pool.
One night I heard a shot ring out, and I'm pulling guard duty, and there's a freaking there. I called it in. I called in HQ, and I said, I just heard a shot. And he says, "Stop worrying about it, soldier." And I said, "Why?" He says, "It was a Turkish command sergeant major shot one of his guys." I said, "What?" He said he found him sleeping on guard duty, and he picked up his rifle and shot him with it. I said, "What? I don't understand." And he says, "They're allowed so many deaths for training purposes to set an example." I'm like, "Holy shit!" Oh yeah.
Oh, damn. No. No, I never fell asleep on guard duty, but usually when I was on guard duty, it was, other than the motor pool thing, it was usually protecting our camp, whether we were on or what have you. So,
yeah, those Turks are badass. I'll tell you what. We had to, yeah, and I wanted to go learn bayonet training because the Army wasn't training us on bayonets, right? The Marine Corps still does. They still, do the Pujo sticks and all that.
Right.
So he says, if you want to go train with the Turks, you can do it. And he says, I wouldn't recommend it. I said, why? He said, well, it's a lot different than PT. I said, hell with it. I'll do it. And I did it for a month. And I trained and did their bayonet drills. And I'm going to tell you, it was my way of getting out of PT. But it was a lot harder than PT.
Yeah.
We're doing stab and rolls and all kinds of stuff.
So you didn't go through a hand-to-hand combat training?
No, we didn't have it when I was in.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, never mind. Yeah. We went through all that. A lot of people say basic training is only 7 weeks. I was like, wait a minute. Ours was like 15 weeks.
Freaking. Well, no, it was some general that said we didn't need bayonets, and they wouldn't even issue us bayonets and stuff. And I think that has changed, actually. I think they started, after Desert Storm and everything, they started issuing bayonets. But
we went through a whole week of just independent weapon disarmaments movements. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm serious. It's like, yeah. Kill.
Oh, I had that.
Right.
I had that. One of our section chiefs was a Kempo karate instructor. He was a black belt, and so you pay him $30 and $30 a month, and you get hand-to-hand combat training. Kempo. The guy would stand on my freaking back while I was doing push-ups.
Yep.
He would hold me down and tell me, start pushing. And I'm like, damn, I'm trying, Sarge. He's like, start pushing. You better lift me up off that ground. I'm like, oh, I did it.
Yeah. Yeah, they had us. I mean, dude, it got to the point to where, give me 20. That wasn't enough. They made sure we were doing like 60 at a time. Do it again. Give me 20. You didn't do them good enough. Give me 20 more. You weren't counting loud enough. I didn't hear you. Start over.
You're not doing it right. I said 20, drill sergeant. The drill sergeant will look at you and go, that's 2-0 in this man's army. 2-0. Now start all over again,
Right. Right. One drill sergeant, two drill sergeant.
We got any more problems with anybody? Come out and meet me out back behind the latrine. So there was this guy. His name was Private Massiola. And he said, Private Massiola is dragging everybody down. And I still remember it to this day. And the guy, he was like a hypochondriac. And it was like everything was giving him problems. He was, back then it was what we would call the equivalent of a soy boy, complain and whine and all this stuff. Finally, one day, the drill sergeant pulls him up. And he says, Private Massiola, front and center. Yes, drill sergeant. Gets up there. He says, I'm going to have you ladies know that that we're not allowed to be abusive and we're not allowed to make physical contact with any of you maggots. And he says, Private Massiola, what is wrong with that look on your face? And then he goes, well, I'll tell you something. The new regulations say I can't do this. And he goes, pow, hits him in the stomach. He says, why are you bent over, soldier? Get back. Stand up straight like you're supposed to. And he says, I can't breathe. And he freaking did this about 5 or 6 times. He kicked him and all kinds of stuff. He says, Mass,
do this or that or this.
Yeah, I can't do this or that or this. And then he goes, but since I can't, I won't. Get back in formation.
Oh, man. Our drill was always making the whole squad do it. Whatever somebody in the squad messed up, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And we did have blanket parties.
Yeah,
we did have blanket parties. And you think well, that stuff on with Lee Ermey,
soap in the sock.
We didn't do that. We used metal bunk adapters. We wrap a sock around the end of the bunk adapter and freaking one guy would hold the covers over him and just beat the snot out of them and usually straighten them out.
Oh, yeah. Two guys
we all colluded.
Holding the covers down and over his head.
Yeah.
And everybody
we all colluded. We all colluded and we all said, no, he fell down the stairs. He was sleepwalking. All cleaned up, messed up. Oh, yeah, we didn't play no games.
He fell over in the shower.
Yep. Fell down the stairs, whatever. He was sleepwalking.
We put him back in his bed.
Well, the drill sergeant kind of hinted to us that's what we were supposed to do.
Right.
He kind of hinted it. So we had about 2 examples we had to make out of somebody because they were getting all of us in trouble.
Chocolate covered bacon? I'm not sure. I mean, I'd try it, but
Yeah, Full Metal Jacket. That was the name of the show.
Oh, yeah. Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, the gunny is dead now. He's passed on to the next life. He's gone with the rest of the Marines because he was a Marine.
Yeah.
Marines never die. They just go to hell to regroup. We know this.
Right. They have a new battlefield. Right.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. But they are.
Old soldiers never die. We go to hell to regroup, too.
Yeah, well.
I'm not going to
I
hell.
have a different site.
I'm gonna go, Joe. I'm gonna get raptured, and I'm gonna go up there with Jesus when he forms those big mighty armies in heaven, and then we're gonna come back and take this planet back. That's what we're fixing to do.
Nah. I was gonna say I have been forgiven, so
Read it in the Bible. It's there.
Yep.
There's gonna be a big formation up in the sky. We're gonna get our marching orders and come back to Earth and take the Earth back. Christ will set up his kingdom here on this earth after the judgment.
Hey, what's up? Holy cow! And Don, what's up, real Don?
Anybody that doesn't believe that, that's okay. I guess I'm just dumb enough to believe it.
Yeah, Don Martineau says Patriots never retreat; they reload.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
We're not in a retreat. We're in an advance.
Yeah, we know how the story ends, so yeah, these guys all end up like a fire. Hey, Dennis. Not this earth. Dennis says not this earth.
All righty.
On the screen there, Dennis. Join the conversation. I'm trying to kill a toothache with tequila.
I don't think the earth is going away anytime soon, myself.
New Earth? Come up and explain that, Dennis.
Well, the Bible does say there will be a new heaven and a new earth, but he may be referring to this earth will be made new. And that's what it says.
Yeah.
This earth will be made new. Yeah. MAGA, hello. Miriam, hello. Real Don Martineau, hello. And Zoom Bait, howdy. Dennis Espinosa, howdy.
Hey, Battery, grab a link, man. Come on up.
I hope I didn't miss anybody, but hello, everybody.
Super volcano.
What?
Where? What?
Zoom Bait talking about the super volcano. Well, there's a few super volcanoes. There is a caldera that they say is bigger in California than the one up in Yellowstone. Madrakaga, howdy.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's true. I remember hearing about that. Yep. Yeah, they right, man. Can you imagine Yellowstone? But they say this time though it's going to be a build-up event rather than a blow-off. You know, because like before it was all the mountain that was there is gone.
Yeah.
Right. And it blew it up. Well, this time if and when it goes off, it's going to be a build-up event where it's going to build up a bunch of stuff. Not that it's going to.
Yeah.
It's
Revelation 21:1. Then I saw a new heaven and new earth, for the first heaven and first earth passed away, and there was no longer any sea. It won't be this earth renewed. It'll be a new heaven and new earth.
According to that, yeah. That sounds like it. That's what was that? What was the verse on that again?
Revelation 21:1.
Well, okay.
2 Peter 3, 2 and 2, 12 through 13. Looking for and hastening the coming of the day of the Lord, because of which the heavens will be destroyed by burning, and the elements will melt away with intense heat. But according to his promise, we are looking at new heavens and a new earth in which righteousness dwells.
The valleys will be made high and the mountains will be made low. So it sounds like it's all going to be leveled, and it'll be a new heaven and a new earth, which could also mean that it could be this earth be made new. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be destroyed. Well, it doesn't say it's going to be destroyed. Yeah, we'll have a problem with that with a lot of people, because there's a lot of people say the earth is not going to be utterly destroyed.
I guess we may see.
Yeah, we may see it. I have a feeling.
Isaiah 65:17. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former things will not remember to come to mind.
That's good. I don't want to remember the former.
Yeah.
Well, the old earth is a former thing too. Just saying. Not that it matters one way or another. It'll be what it'll be.
Yeah, it could be that. Hey, Jack's here.
Jacques.
Here comes Jack.
But there will be a free set of 6 steak knives if you take out an extra warranty on the new Earth.
But you better read the fine print.
Right. Grab a link, Jack. Oh my God, that's funny.
What's going on down at Texas?
Yeah, what's happening in Texas there, bro?
Oh, it's 70 degrees. It's a beautiful day. A little manicuring in the South 40.
Yeah,
We got a few Texans, Dana.
Pardon? Pardon?
Go ahead, Bill.
I said we got a few Texans on the channel, apparently.
Oh, who else is from Texas or in Texas?
Ryan.
Ryan? Okay.
Ryan Bardell.
I almost said from Texas, but I'm not from Texas, so. But I do live here now.
Oh.
Right. Hey, Jack.
Nope. Give me a lottery ticket out the road.
There you are. Jimmy Beam. Holy cow.
There goes Jack.
Just getting some breakfast.
How you doing, Jimmy? Holy shit.
What you eating?
Looks
like a bowl of fish heads in your eyes.
Well, it's saffron potatoes and mushroom pasta.
Ooh.
So it's like a creamy mashed potato, and you put your dry angel hair pasta through it, and just a little bit more extra milk and water, and that in with your potatoes. Put it back in the pressure cooker for 3 minutes. The pasta's done. Yeah, wonderful.
You're a pretty good cook, Jack.
Just all out of the garden, including the saffron.
Damn, I'm jealous. I'll be doing that in a couple months. I'll be making some garden rice.
So I actually need Tracy to get here, and that with that much food coming on at the moment. A little
saffron?
Say again?
Did you say saffron?
Yeah.
All right. I want to go some saffron.
Potatoes, rice, it just adds so much depth to your basics. But because I'm living in the desert, it actually grows quite good here.
Yeah, it's real healthy for you too.
Yeah, but you don't get much for a shitload of flowers.
Yeah, it takes a lot of flowers.
So 120 bulbs planted in it, and I get maybe 3 grams of saffron a year.
Wow. But it's expensive.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have to buy it this way.
Yep.
They just all grow wild down the backyard.
That's what it
They
is.
don't require watering, and that just the natural water because it's a desert. They don't actually like too much water.
That's the way to do it. Mushrooms too.
So, and I'm just getting. I live in Australia, a little outback town called Dimboola, and on the edge of the little desert out here. We've got the Great Desert, and we've got the Little Desert. And I'm next to the little one. So south. If you look at the map of Australia, I live in the south, towards the east, but near that big round brown spot in the centre.
So are you the owner of Dimbola Blade Works?
Yep, that's me.
That's you, okay. Cool.
That's easy to find on Google Maps. One of my customers put me down there one day. So.
Yeah, nice. Good picture of your place.
Well, it's a little place, a little brick house.
Yeah, it looks nice. Looks good.
Yeah, so, and if you have a look at the overhead, you'll see we're just shy of 1.5 acres here. It's a deep block, goes all the way down.
I can see a second gate down there on the left-hand side as you face the house.
Yep. Well, there's been a few changes since then. There's 6 metre by 6 metre by 5 metre tall, sloping back to 3.5 metre. Hot workshop, all steel and concrete. Comply with the regs. And a flood system built into that, attached to a 10,000 gallon water tank.
Yeah, I was helping a friend of mine. We befriended an older gal. She's turning 80 actually tomorrow. We're taking her out for breakfast, but she has got some large propane tanks. She was trying to drag them over the tractor, so now we got a problem. We got the tractor stuck and the tank's stuck. She called me up and said she having problems and it's just too heavy for any of my vehicles. Just take a bigger tractor.
Yeah, I get about 210 kg. So what are they? 250 pound propane gas bottles here every 6 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, she can store 1,000 gallons. One of her tanks. She has like 3 tanks, rather large tanks.
Put that back up there, Bill. What was that?
Buffalo Bill was in the light.
Yeah. I couldn't see what it was. Okay.
You can't see it good.
It's way too close to the screen, though. I know what it is.
That's the point.
That's a pistol.
Don't get my guns. I told you. I sold them.
Right.
That's not a good a gun. That's one of those paper models you buy off Chinese websites.
Right. He carved it out of wood.
No. It was made out of wood. Yeah.
In all the right colours, you just fold flap A into slot B, and it's all good.
It was just airsoft.
Just airsoft. Right.
Hey, there are air guns that can take down big game.
No kidding, but the idiots here in Australia haven't caught on yet.
Yeah, I got some heavy duty air guns now. Be quiet.
I got a friend and that who's busting. You know that Lexan thing they put up there in the armor guard vans. He got an air rifle that'll shoot a hole through that in 500 yards.
Yeah.
Hey, Zoombait. And that, so yeah, warm day here today, mate. So yeah, got the singlet on, all that sort of thing. Got all my work done. Just had to get it done before it got too hot. But it's already too hot. Yeah, it's just coming up to 100 here. So it was cool yesterday, down 70, 76, 78, something. It's getting just touching on 100 here at the moment. So time to stop work, time to drink piss. And when my pot dries out in the oven, time to start smoking that.
Oh man, damn! I see Jimmy. I wish he could come on the screen because I'd sure like to talk to him. He's one of the first people I made contact with when I went online.
You ever see this guy?
Oh, that's cool. Say what?
Huh?
You ever see this guy named Colin First on YouTube?
No.
No.
He squeezes a 600cc, 100 horsepower engine into a bumper car. He builds all kinds of stuff like that. 2,000 watt drifter electric bike.
Yeah, fresh off the plant.
Nice.
Get out the oven.
Straight out of the oven.
Jack, you're gonna have a good time.
I've been working all day, and then I deserve a little bit of a break.
Right. Now it's time to try to get rid of some of the pain.
Have yourself a good time.
You know what? Call it when you're ready.
All right. I'm gonna have to throw some of that back in because it was a lot denser in a couple of them heads than what I give them credit for, so they're still moist on the inside.
Oh wow.
It's a mixture. I thought I was grabbing all the male heads off the plant and all that sort of thing, and apparently there's a little bit of female in there as well. So that's all good. That's all bonus. I won't knock it.
So
Now,
I found me some little bricks of beeswax.
yeah, cool.
Found this beeswax. Yeah, the beeswax. I'm gonna make some. What do they call it? Fixin' wax.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, you get some fixing wax, just a mixture of engineering wax and beeswax. Start with about 60% engineering wax and 30% beeswax, and add or subtract little bits of more, and that knead it, get it all warm, knead it through, and that, and you just want it so you can really, while it's still warm, it's hard to push, but you're still malleable. But when you leave it for a minute, then it gets rock hard. That's where you get fixing wax. So you can put stuff in it, and it'll hold it. But while you're still playing with it, get it a little bit warm in your hands and all that sort of thing, and you play with it and push stuff into it, get it to hold it. Leave it 5 minutes, and it holds it nice and hard. So the beeswax is important, and that.
I was mixing it with I mix it with fat. It's suet. I mix it with suet and that together, and then you melt it down in a little tin.
Yeah,
and you can use it on your lips if you get chapped lips. You can use it to.
Yeah, you're making it for something not for fixing wax. You're looking at use it for lip gloss and lip protector, medical skin balm.
Well, a lot of stuff, waterproofing things and all that.
Yeah, but hey, look, knife handles. There's a video on one of my old things on how to do beeswax knife handles. Some timbers and that beautiful on that finish and that beeswax. Or you take 3 or 4 coats, but get hot air on it. I use one of those hot air guns. In the old days, people just used to use it on an old lamp, like what Wizard's got there, and that kerosene lamp. Just hold it above the bloody flue there, and that melt the wax into it, and then rub it off, and you can always tell the ones in there because they were a little bit darker. because you get the little bit of soot and carbon that's coming off the lamp.
Yeah.
Still there is polished and all that sort of thing, but for some reason the wax looks
That's.
Yeah, you can use it for knife handles. That is exactly.
Yeah. So I've been using bloody beeswax and that. Shit, my first knife I made, it was a beeswax handle. It was only a file handle, but it was a raw one. And I then put beeswax on it and turned it into a better handle.
I had a beeswax candle I used to keep in the butt of my M16. And I would coat.
I was in the butt of your rifle.
Oh, really?
Somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I used to coat the boat with it.
There's my candle. That's my beeswax candle right there.
Worked beautiful. Never got a seize. Never got a lost shot. Never locked up. Used to coat the top of my magazines with it too. Never had a problem ever. No, never. Even if it got wet, still didn't matter. Just yeah. All the gear, all the components up inside the cartridge where the magazine fits in. Coat that. Top of the magazines and stuff. Hell yeah. I still oil. Put the oil on it. 3-in-1 or whatever, machine oil. But yeah, never had a problem one. Never froze up. A lot of the guys were getting.
I'm gonna have to.
And they couldn't get it out the damn weapon because it was so damn cold when we were doing up in Grafenwehr. We were doing field exercises, training, and the damn magazines would stick inside the weapon. And some of them were getting bolt locks, stuff like that going on with it. And the super cold stuff, because we were out there, it was like 0. You know what I'm saying? You'd fire off a few rounds, go to the next position, and do another set, and then it would start freezing up on you. They were getting moisture up.
Where's Wild Bill go?
I don't know.
He dropped out. It's not. He'll probably be back. He probably just that. He does that from time to time.
He said his phone started lagging really bad.
Yeah, restart called because those chips have got memory holes in them.
You got memory holes in your chips?
No, a lot of the cheap audio chips nowadays, half of them coming out because people won't buy the good ones. So they've all been buying these bloody cheap ones and they're all got bloody memory holes in them.
Yeah.
The audio and video chips in some of the phones, and that's shocking.
Now you were saying, yeah, okay. Now, but before you were saying something about it, as long as it wasn't in the weapon. What are you talking about? The beeswax stuff?
Yeah. Beeswax can be used for a lot of things, and that I thought he said fixing wax. Fixing wax is something you put a piece of wax in and all that sort of stuff, generally on a stick, so you can work a gemstone or something like that.
Well, that's what made me think about it. Is you were saying it wasn't gonna, you shouldn't use it inside the weapon or something.
Oh no, wax is fine, and that beeswax,
right,
and all that sort of thing. It's another one of those things. The hotter it gets, the thinner it gets. So you put a little bit on, and you fire the weapon a couple of times, and your weapon's still lube.
Right, and it's moisture resistant.
Right. So that's why if I go to the next step, the ultra method, the best gun oil on the market is silver bullet gun oil, which is actually 13% pig fat by USDA approved pig fat.
Right.
That's been rendered down into like paraffin wax. It's chipped off and all that sort of thing. But it's one of the secrets is that I know it's got a little bit of beeswax in it. I won't say how much.
Yeah, well,
and so the two hard waxes sit inside in very, very minute things in the oil right out across there. So you fire a shot, and that it goes up, the barrel gets warmed and all that sort of thing moves up there. But the heat of the barrel makes the stuff blend in, and you actually, after 2 or 3 shots with a handgun, and then after oiling the thing, you want to wipe the oil back off again, even though you've wiped it off before. Now it's got warm. It's more oil than before. Here's Bill again. Sorry, Bill.
Don't touch the red button.
I think it's the lag. I have really bad lag.
But yeah, no, they didn't understand. You know, I had an old CW3 warrant officer teach me that. It was a Vietnam Marine our section. That was
Wolf Totem.
Okay, it's really bad now.
Wolf Totem. Oh, let me refresh. I've got an issue.
It's lagging really.
Who had the music?
Let's see if we get the same thing.
That was me by accident. I'm looking at a skateboard guitar playing blues.
Oh, right. Sorry, it sounded like that weird-ass guitar that they play over there in the Who band. But what was it? Jeremiah Johnson and one of his cigar box 3-strings or a shovel guitar.
Well, I put a link there in the chat. I'll put one in the private chat. Looks pretty cool.
He's actually a relation of mine. And that dropped out of the Mennonite family out of there. And that he dropped out of the family and that got into music. Because, well, Mennonites don't have musical instruments.
Better now, Wiz.
All right.
So
they don't have musical instruments.
Not in church. No, we sing a cappella. Right.
Okay. Okay.
The book says, "Raise your voices unto the Lord."
Christ is the same way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And praise and song and that, but it says outside
Church
rejoice.
of Christ is the same way.
And thing with music and instruments, but that's not in the temple. That's all outside.
Right.
People would stop coming to church if I sang a cappella.
Say again?
The people would stop coming to church if I sang a cappella.
Yeah, it was a big drama with me too, but we do it anyway. It teaches patience and understanding.
Yeah, they would say, "This is supposed to be about heaven. What the hell is this?"
So, yeah, but over here, heck, a lot of the churches. I went to one there one day. The coins in my pocket were bouncing, and that from the baseline, I thought it was 8-inch mortars around about 5,000 yards out going off, but no, it was the baseline in the church. And this is me standing outside the church, and my coins in my pocket were bouncing. So I ducked in for a few minutes and all that sort of thing. His initial speech was great and all that sort of thing, introduction, welcome to the church, all that sort of thing, and then they blasted out again, so I ducked out for a bit. I just couldn't take it. Sensory overload.
There's these 2 young gals that sing this song, and one of the lines in the song is, "I want to be a Baptist preacher so I don't have to work." That was pretty funny.
I'll put it up and play it.
So I just tried to get the lowdown on.
Lowdown on.
We didn't hear anything else after lowdown.
I only picked up it.
You're breaking up now.
I'm just. I've been spending some time trying to, actually about the past 4 years, getting more knowledge about bushcraft and outdoor stuff. I already got Boy Scouts and all that, survival school and everything else. But, I'm learning a lot of new things, and one of them was the fixed wax that we were talking about, the fixed and wax. That's a combination of, to my understanding, I thought it was a combination of beeswax and kidney fat, and it's used for polishing your knife handles and all kinds of other things, including if you get chapped lip or whatever. But That's what my understanding was from Dave Canterbury's survival school.
Huh. I never mixed it with anything. I always just used it as I made a candle out of it, light it, and drip it on whenever you need it, wipe it down, you know?
Hang on, I am the music man. All right, videos there. Fixing wax.
Coconut oil.
Terminology, because I learned the English terminology, use American terminology. A lot of your stuff went into the opposition to England for a long time. They found other names and terms and all that sort of stuff. So I won't get too into it. But to me, fixing wax is a hard thing that you generally mount either a gemstone or something that you're working on a dope stick or something like that. And can be used for there. Now, beeswax and engineering wax and a few other waxes, Canuga wax, can be used to make lost wax casting. So when you're casting silver, but you generally use less of the beeswax and Canuga and that, more of the engineering waxes, which is the hard wax. But there's synthetic compounds now for lost wax casting now that are even better, and that, and the definition of them is beautiful, and you don't get bubbles in them. So yeah.
So you learned me something there, Jeff.
That's right.
I'm open-minded. I want to learn stuff, you know.
So what you're talking about to me, and that was a balm, and that, so it's a mixture of natural oils and waxes and all that sort of thing to coat or protect the skin. Sometimes they're medicinal balms. So you put in herbs and all that sort of thing. So over a burn. Now, one that's got a lot of herbs, a high percentage in it, then becomes a salve. Oh, yeah. So that's the terminology that I understood. So, and speaking of salves, that's the one I use, Rawley's antiseptic salve. That's been around since 1820 something or other. Its major ingredients is comfrey, goldenwort, red seal, colophony, creosol, beeswax, and mutton fat, sterilised mutton fat. So they render the mutton fat down to like it's almost paraffin wax then, and then start mixing everything else back up with it, and then put it into your tin, and it into there so you can turn it upside down. It's quite tough and all that sort of stuff. Not going to go anywhere. But as soon as it gets some any warmth on it, and today is, as you can tell, you can actually look at this thing and tell how hot it is because it's shiny today, so it's hot.
No, yeah.
When it's nice and dull, because the wax is a cold day. Weather forecast this in a can. But yeah.
Well, you can use it on your leather too.
Yeah. Beeswax good on that.
Use it on your leather. Use it on your wood to preserve it.
Yeah. You want a little bit of animal fat mixed in with your beeswax, and that really get into your leather. Beeswax will make a good protectant for the leather, but it won't soak in. Whereas coachline leather dressing is beef fat that's been rendered, beeswax, a little bit of linseed oil, and I think it's cottonseed oil, but I'm not real sure. It's another fine oil that they mix in with it. Beeswax again, beef fat, and that's coachline leather dressing. That's been around since the 1800s as well, and still in production today. So
now, I wanted to ask you about this since you're talking about that kind of stuff. I've heard about foot oil for using
needs foot oil.
Foot oil.
Now I've seen people use it for tanning and to keep the furs pliable and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's neat's foot oil. Neat's foot is a herb.
Okay, that's what I didn't know. I was like, what the heck is
not foot oil, but neat's foot oil.
Yeah, I like use mink oil on leather.
Here it is. There he's got it. I can see the bloody thing from there. 100% pure. Neat's foot oil.
Okay.
I use mink oil for a lot of my leather.
Really? Mink oil?
Mink oil.
Yeah. Needs foot oil. Okay, good. I didn't know. I was like, I didn't know where to get it. They were telling me, get you some foot oil. And I'm thinking, what the hell is foot oil?
You know where I got mine? You know where I
Where?
got my needs foot oil?
Huh?
I got it from Walmart. Walmart.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, do you ever walk into a Tandy leather store
Yep.
in it old days and had that smell? That was neat mixture of neat's foot and bloody creosol. Neat's foot oil and creosol. And creosol is what goes in that thing.
Hey, Wizard. Here's the thing. I think it might benefit some veterans out there. Tandy Leather will give you a veteran's discount. They'll give you a card. It's the same thing as as their commercial card, where you get like a 20% or something like that off everything Tandy.
Members
and I do buy a lot of stuff at Tandy.
Yep.
It's a veteran thing.
Yeah, and if you want
Just
to
show
go
them proof that you're a veteran.
Yep.
Okay.
And all their in-store training classes are free for veterans. So if you want a veteran, you're looking at taking up leather work as a hobby and all that sort of thing, instead of paying the $30 or $40 per class, because they've got about a series of 12 classes going all the way through if you're making handbags or saddlebags or shit like that. It's free.
So Tandy Leather?
From Tandy Leather.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got some like
Just show them your service ID.
Okay. Absolutely. I mean, I can show them my DD214.
I showed him my view.
Yeah, got that. The veterans ID makes you
anything.
Yeah, this is quite the delay.
It's a delayed, Jack. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt anybody.
It's all good, mate. We understand.
I'll hit you with that song if you want, Jack.
Yeah, the good one, the good thing by Jilly.
This is by Larkin Poe, Preaching Blues.
All right.
I got him. I got him I got him bookmarked. So yeah.
Yeah, 21 brilliant benefits of beeswax. There's another one. So I'll take that one out of there and I'll post that into See, that's my sort of music.
Yeah, that's the stuff I like. Yep.
Yeah, because like I make a thing over here called a shovel guitar. I make them out of old shovels and put pickups on them and all the rest of it, and they're getting very popular.
Oh, very cool.
I can't play with the shit. My hands are screwed. You know, you play blacksmith and martial arts for a lot of years, you lose your dexterity in your fingers. That's why I don't do my own engraving anymore, that sort of stuff. I just don't have the fine dexterity in the fingers.
I've done the metacarpals twice.
I don't know what I've done. I just punched a lot of people in the head.
It sounds like a good name for a band, the Metacarpal.
Well, the metacarpal is the bone right here in your hand. Okay, coming back from the knuckle to the wrist, and part of the training is you punch correctly, and the goal is to break all four of them at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I watch?
You don't want to see that.
They all actually recess nowadays, and that when I put them back like that, all the knuckles now instead of there, they all just recess.
In fact, the training made us get to the point to where we were so pissed off. They would go at us psychologically and get us so pissed off so that we would have the energy to do it. You know, and then you punch the concrete wall and like you're going to destroy your enemy kind of thing, you know. And oh my god.
And
for 2 weeks, and you got these gauntlets on your.
The other thing, and that, like when you're in the military and that, and you're running through the jungle and that, and you actually got the strength to hold all this up. Like I used to carry a GPM GM60.
Mm-hmm.
You had maybe 80 to 100 pound in your pack and that, and you'd have 26 pound of the weapon there and that, and what 7.5 pound per belt. in there, and have two belts at least connected onto it. So there was 40-pound your belt. So you're weighing 400 pound when you're running through the bush. So you hit a 3-inch sapling, you just go straight through it. You just bang, and it goes over, and it snaps, or either that comes out and hits you in the nuts.
You're forgetting about the water, Jack. You're forgetting about water.
In the jungle, there's water everywhere, so that was fine. Afghanistan was a bit thing, but it wasn't thick scrub there. So, like, in the jungle, I know I carried a 2-litre Camelback back, 2 1.5-litre water bowls, and that was it. And
I had
because
two.
everywhere.
I had the 2 on the back with full straw. Yeah. Yep.
Well, Chariot vine, and that's the one they see in
Can I
Predator, and that
interrupt here for a second?
cuts down there, and it's like the water comes out. You can fill that up 4 or 5 water bowls out of cutting a thick one of them. Where there's a similar vine. Well, that's
Can I interject something quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say Zoombait was thanking us for talking to him. Don't thank me for talking to you, Zoombait. I like talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You're not one of these airy fairy people. You're polite to everybody. You're good natured. You love your fishing and that, and you want to get everybody involved in it and all that sort of thing.
That's awesome, right?
Man, you're part of the crew here. You're one of the admins here. You don't have to thank anybody. You're part of the family.
Yeah, exactly. Part of the crew.
Yeah.
Everybody in here is part of the family.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Don Mart thing. I got the other one. Sorry, not. I got the wrong thing. Next foot is boiled down hooves and the ankle bones and all that sort of thing. That's where the oil thing is rendered out of there. It's what is it? Clovefoot oil. There's another foot oil out there that's made out of a herb, and I've got it fucked up. Next foot's the animal one. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank real Don for setting me straight there.
Yeah, Minko was actually rented for mink fat. Yep,
and it's getting more and more common. The bloody mink farms getting around the place.
Yeah.
I hear there's over 30 of them in Canada alone. So much for all the animal activists up there.
Right.
Hey, 2 of them are joined sides, and the head of the Greens over here is now working for Monsanto. The head of the Animal Liberation from Canada is now married to a bloke who's running a mink farm.
Nice.
So, you know what I mean?
It can't be much to raise them. They're kind of like guinea pigs or something, right?
Yeah, you feed them. What you do is there's 2 things. You raise rats, and you feed the rats to the minks, because they tear them apart. And they look after their own young and all that sort of thing, and they're purely carnivorous. So if you can raise rats, you can raise minks. And then you just got to process them. And I can get the furs and sell them and that, and most of them go to Russia nowadays or China or Japan. China's got a big thing in that, but I wouldn't be selling anything to China and that in case they send you something back.
So you got to raise rats.
Well, that's what these folks are doing. Now, this is a woman who said having a rat to feed to a snake made you a criminal and made it okay for animal liberation people to come to your home and burn your house down. But now they're raising thousands of rats to feed the minks, so they can make millions of dollars a year, and that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah.
Because she's saying how much he makes.
Right.
And he talks.
Get rid of your competition, huh?
Well, she's gone from driving that fucking electric e-bike that used to fucking break down on her all the time, and that she was complaining about, because she lived on welfare all her life. She's a university graduate and had all these huge university bills, and so she couldn't have a job, because as soon as she gets a job, she's got to start paying half of that. So became a professional protester up there, animal liberation, and now I'm married to a guy who's made millions out of growing rats and minks and blood fur and all that sort of stuff that she was quoting years before me.
Right.
Hypocrite?
Hey,
No, not at all. She just
see
seen the
you later,
bottom.
Ryan. Yeah. See you later, Ryan. Maybe you'll be back.
I say good luck to her. She woke up. She's no longer a lefty. She's now saying, "Hey, Ford, working for a living is a good thing."
Imagine that. Imagine that. No.
Problem is now we're going to find blokes for all the rest of these hardcore lefty shearlers and that, and some of them are like about 400 or 500 pounds. So like, it's going to be a bit hard to find them a bloke. Oh, that lady up there, the head of the LGBT thing, and that was on the stage the other day. They asked her not to come up on the podium because I wasn't sure whether it'd hold her weight. And then she screamed that was discriminatory and that, you know, was fat shaming her and all that sort of fucking thing. So they moved everything down there in front of the podium, the whole fucking thing, moved all the flags and the seats, and redid it just for her. And then she called everybody assholes anyway.
Right. So you're so much older than.
That's an old song.
I was so much older then. I am younger than that now.
Old song, old song.
How do you get
We're regressing, right?
How do you get younger? I just keep on getting older.
Who sang that song?
I don't know.
I'll find out here. That's a Dylan song.
Dylan?
John Dylan. I mean, Bob Dylan.
Thank you. That was the first concert I ever went and saw. Sydney Showground.
Actually, the bird sang it first.
Oh, what? How many roads? Man walked down.
What's that?
No, the bird sang how many roads must a man walk down, or how many roads, whatever it is.
The bird sang. You want me to play it for you?
Yeah, play it.
I'll play a quick clip for you.
I can't. I know you're playing music, but
What'd you say, Jack?
I know you're playing music, but all I'm getting is this across there.
Timing scale doesn't go over the bandwidth properly.
Okay.
No, it's losing. We got 4 in the chat, so
yeah.
Some people will get it if they're local. It's coming out to me terrible.
Busted up.
I know, but then again, you folks all over there on the US, and they'd be probably getting a lot better than I am, and that because I'm on the far end, down here in Houston, under the 13th sub basement.
Yeah, I threw a link in it here, but the lyrics are actually pretty good. You would enjoy the lyrics.
What was the name of the song?
I was so much younger then. I'm older than I now. I'm so much older than I'm younger than I now.
Oh, hang on, wasn't it the Mamas and the Papas first?
Yeah, here I'll post the lyrics in the chat. You like the lyrics?
I remember that line. I remember that line.
Hello to Ashley.
It's coming back to you.
But I'll say hello.
Got a 200 character limit there on the.
Welcome, Ashley.
Yeah, I'm a bit that way, but then again, I come from the 50s myself, so music of the 60s is sort of the first thing I sort of caught on to.
My music entertainment started around.
Same here.
Volley. The one song I remember, the first song I remember liking was "Don't Bring Me Down."
Yeah.
Don't bring me down, 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 down.
ELO, Electric
Yeah,
Light Orchestra.
yeah, yeah. That was badass.
ELO,
You know, I've been there before. When I walk out that door, don't bring me down.
Electric Light Orchestra.
Yep.
Yeah, that's badass. That was the first song.
Half of ELO came out of what started off as Hang Five. There was Jefferson Airplane. One left there and went into ELO. Jefferson Starship, but one left from there and went into ELO. Then they went into the three of them went out of there and started a totally new group, which was all about Osiris and Egyptian shit and all that sort of stuff. I Am the Eye in the Sky, looking above. Alan Parsons Project.
The Alan Parsons
Project.
Yeah.
Alan Parsons Project. That developed into something else, and two more came out of there, and that's the basis of your ELO. And they had two other folks came in there. The guy who did Fanfare for a Common Man, the German keyboard guy, he came in for a couple of years and then went back to Germany with the tour, and that's when they had really good keyboards. Out of Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Yeah.
Guy, and that out of Emerson, Lake and Palmer went into ELO.
That's the one I was trying to remember. Yeah, because I know that there was a group that went in there too, and I was like, "What?" Yeah, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember
you talk
Speedwagon?
Before I got married, all my money went on traveling around the world when I could take leave and going to Pink Floyd concerts, including the one they did at Pompeii, where the album Live in Pompeii came out. I was on the island.
Nice.
Yep. So, and it was when I got back from there.
You remember REO Speedwagon?
REO Speedwagon. I got albums here from REO Speedwagon. And then the bloke from REO Speedwagon came out and did a solo album himself. Girls on the Avenue, did a single, and then started his solo career out of that. Did a cover of Roxanne as well.
Yeah.
What was the one where they had the beginning of the song started out with the Little Rascals?
Oh, the Little Rascals. Shit, that's
REO Speedwagon did a song. It was Tough Guys or something like that.
What was that album? It was all Hollywood Nights. A single guy, he's a single singer, and he rented the band, all the backup players. That's who came out of REO Speedwagon.
Alfalfa, will you swing me before we have lunch? Sure, Darla. REO Speedwagon, Tough Guy lyrics.
I was a kid when REO
Tough Guy.
Tough Guy lyrics. Steve Romeo, what would your promise to the He-Man woman?
So I liked stuff like Bad Company, Tony Katz band, Willie Nelson, and that. Well, not his countryside, but his rockin' side. Because Willie used to come out here for the Hells Angels Christmas party every year to Australia. Tony Katz band, every year they come out for Broadford, and every year me and my missus were there. And first year she was wide-eyed. And
I went to 3 Willie Nelson concerts.
Oh, Five Finger Death Punch, says Zoom Bait.
Death Punch, I've heard the name, but I don't know.
Yeah, very good band. They got a very weird version of House of the Rising Sun, the music video from Five Finger Death Punch, House of the Rising Sun. You got to watch that one. That takes it to a whole new direction. Anybody who wants to be a modern day post-apocalyptic gangster, watch that fucking music clip.
Get this, man! I just heard an ad on the radio the other day when I was running the pallets. They're doing a concert. The Beach Boys are doing a concert out here, and they're doing America covers. Or they're teamed up with What's Left of America or something like that.
Oh, the Beach Boys in America, the get together.
Yeah.
Only a single show in it, though, isn't it?
I don't know. They're doing one. They're local. They're having a concert here local.
Cool.
So, not. I'm talking about St. Louis.
Well, you've got
They were playing. They were playing. You know, a horse.
You've got Daryl Young just up the road from you, don't you?
Of who?
Daryl Young.
I think so.
Remember Hall and Oates? Remember back when it was Hall, Oates and Young, Daryl Young?
Right. Yeah.
With, quite a few things. Well, he kept all his money. He built himself a home-based music studio, and he gets everybody there right out. And they've got these series of entertainment nights, and they just basically have a big piss up and barbecues during the day, and in the early evening they go in there and start playing.
Well, he modeled himself after what Chuck Berry did. Yeah, he modeled his setup after what Chuck Berry did, because that was one of the big things out in the West County, Wentzville actual area. And Chuck Berry was like big out there, had restaurants and all kinds of stuff going on out there. He had the recording studios. He brought in everybody. The Temptations were out there all the time. In fact, I actually met a couple of those guys, you know, stuff like that. It was just really pretty cool stuff. But it was amazing the kind of people that he drew, because he was such a legend of, you know, founding rock and roll fan.
Well, music is a huge dividing, uniting thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, like when I went to the Wall concert when they were tearing down the wall, and all that sort of thing, man, there were Russian KGB in there, and they were stationed in the West, and they were just standing around and they were watching the audience and that, but they were talking amongst themselves, and I overheard them, and I said, look, it's all good, man. You don't have any bosses anymore. Make a free life, because they didn't know what to do.
Right.
You overhear them, and that was supposed to be over here spying on the West. And who we're spying for was just fucking packed up and left no forwarding address. So you got all the papers in the world, right? He said, yeah, papers and like this. And I said, you got cash, yeah? And I said, you got more resources. We go, yeah. The fucking boy to try and fucking set yourselves up. Fucking find a job, fucking blend into the real world. Right. And I was shit scared. But they were just in the audience, and the fucking Sheila I was with the German girl. She just pointed all that out. These guys are all talking Russian, and you speak Russian. What's going on? And they were scared shitless. They didn't know what they do. They're all KGB, fucking 7th Directorate.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's all good. Because my Russian used to be very good back in those days. Had a academic accent. So.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I leaned more towards like Montrose, Rock Candy, Leonard
Skinner. Now you're talking. Simple Man.
Simple Man. Yeah.
Give me back my bullets.
Actually, who was it? Five Finger Death Punch do a good do that as Simple Man too. Their one's a bit weird too. But Simple Man, I play that every morning.
Muppets Sing Kokomo by Beach Boys.
Because that's seriously, if you, I'm not saying use it as a guide for your life, I know, but think about that song every day. What your mum wants for you, all that sort of thing. Wants you to be a good bloke, wants you to treat people well, wants to be successful in life. Don't do any stupid shit. Don't get yourself locked up. You know. All that sort of shit. So, like, yeah, it's all good advice. Good way to live your life. Be a simple man. You know, like there's a few here that are
I
kind
saw.
of larger than what they really are for some reason. I don't understand that thing because you can only be yourself because everybody else is taken.
Right? It's like, why try to be somebody else? Life could be so very interesting just where you are. Doesn't have to be boring. Yeah,
I
just
went
gotta-
to Frankfurt. I went to Frankfurt, Germany, and saw Iron Maiden and Foghat in before Iron Maiden was ever even heard of in the United States.
And Foghat was good too.
Yeah, man. Foghat was the best. Yeah, for a while.
What was that Leprechaun song they did, or Leprechaun or something like that? They had a troll, like a thing, like a leprechaun, and that people wished on it, but it never worked out good.
Never.
Yeah, they did one like a ballad and all that sort of thing, and yeah. Basically, the moral of the story was, and that be happy with what you got, because wishing for fucking things and that you're better off just making it happen.
Yeah.
Just happen, because everything else, I think they said leprechaun, but it could have been something else. But making wishes and all that sort of thing, but there's always a price to pay, like in all the old fables.
Yeah. But Jim Croce, James Taylor, those guys,
yeah,
those classics.
Old man, take a look at my life. That was me fucking 40 years ago.
That was
Neil Young.
That was Neil Young.
Neil Young.
I like the James Taylor version.
Hey, girls, gather around. Listen to what I'm putting down. That was one of my favorite songs. Yeah.
I was stoned out of my mind the first time I heard that song that Jack just said. Old man, take a look at my. I was so wiped out. We were watching a movie in a truck at a drive-in theater. When the first time we went to it was a music movie, and it was something about, I don't know, about he's up in the mining country northwest, and we're getting high and we're watching this show.
I'm gonna see if I can. No, I won't do that. A concert I went to, and that when I was in the States, and that training with the US, and that a new group got started, and said, "Hi, we're the Eagles from Los Angeles." In the audience knew who they were.
Dang.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And I've got the sound on the Super 8 was fine, but I left the video go too long and it got too hot, and so the actual cells, it's just all brown blue. But the soundtrack along the side is quite good. Even though it's only Super 8. Yes.
You remember a group called Commander Cody and Lost Planet Airmen?
Oh yeah. Shit, they weren't one-hit wonders either. They were like Grand Funk Railway.
Railroad, yeah.
Yeah, Railroad.
Yeah.
They concert in the back of Barney's Beanery in San Francisco, 1974, and in 1964 on the same day, Janis Joplin sang in the same spot.
Yeah, I went to a concert there. It was actually San Francisco, and there was this big place, big indoor place. They had a huge, one of those huge halls with mirrored facets on them.
Up at Castro in San Francisco, or up in the gay district, Castro.
I don't remember.
Drive me to drinking. Don't stop driving that.
In between the hills, you got a flat section and that, and all the cable cars come down in
buildings,
and then you got this big strip, streets and that, and they got fashion houses, all that sort of thing, and then a couple of big theatres.
That was in a big theater.
Rightio. The original one there is called the Castro Theatre, and that's why they call it the Castro District, and there's now 3 more, and I forget their names. But, yeah, down there, that's where... Because, like Barney's Beanery, you can only fit in, like, 300 people.
Yeah, this place was actually pretty big. It was a long time ago. Somebody else drove, so I don't remember really a whole lot of it. A whole lot of stuff as far as location. That was crazy. And in the Oakland Coliseum, I saw Fleetwood Mac, the band, or Frampton. I thought it was funny. Fleetwood Mac was actually before Frampton, of all things. I thought that was pretty weird.
Oh, you got to go with what's selling at the moment, rightio? And that Peter Frampton was getting the big bucks because, who was it? Queen or Kiss said, "Fat bottom girls make the rock and roll go round." They're the ones who spend their money.
Yeah.
And Peter Frampton, because of them curls and his nice little church boy looks and his long curly, them locks and that. Because all the single girls wanted him as a poster boy and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And he played for other bands for a long time, but when he was popular like that, he didn't last very long.
No, but he burned himself out. Frampton was his own worst enemy. He was getting propped up by too many pills. He had experts in drugs, doctors and all that sort of thing, and they do this, do that, do this, do that. And he was a fucking machine.
He got up messed up with the LSD crowd too. Yeah. Aleister Crowley and all that stuff.
Ask Jonah. But,
I like the Doors.
The Doors, yes. I just didn't like the Doors followers.
I still like the Doors.
What's the wish list?
And then they got a new revival of music that started. And it was called industrial rock. Yeah. And they started getting into that while. There was industrial rock, and then there was some other darker sounding music that was Dead Can Dance. Remember them?
Yeah.
You know what? I've been trying to remember the name of it. I just remembered Yngwie Malmsteen and Ian Anderson. You remember who Ian Anderson is, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Jethro Tull.
Yeah.
Jethro Tull. Right. Charlie stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going. No, it couldn't slow down.
Aqualung. Here.
Yeah. Aqualung.
Locomotive breath.
Go away.
Locomotive breath.
So you know.
I used to play Jethro Tull and the Guess Who cruising on 101 going to the beach.
Yeah.
Very tall, thick as a brick.
Yeah, thick as a brick.
The brick were putting out some fucking good stuff.
Man, I tell you what, and their instrumentals were just insane. The stuff that they did were. I used to have this collections that it got stolen, but it had 4 CDs in it and 3 albums, and it was nothing but out of the garage.
I saw them having a concert in Denver.
Yeah. It was. I think it was actually called Out of the Garage or Out of the Vaults or something like that. It was everything they'd ever done. Original castings and stuff like that. So it was just really awesome stuff. And I was just like, oh my God. But Yngwie Malmsteen, he did some amazing stuff. If you've ever heard some of his stuff, it's like, I mean, he doesn't sing, but that guitar, I don't know, he made amazing, incredible stuff. And you know who doesn't get enough credit? Les Paul.
Les Paul. actually he gets a shitload of credit from folks that I see and all that sort of thing.
Well, you never hear about him like you do, like, oh, it's a Kiss or, or something like that. But the legend is the foreground of it because he was just classical then
Well,
kind of stuff, I guess.
Recently, there was a whole pile of artists and that actually sat down and played with Les Paul on that. Carlos Santana was one of them.
Yeah.
They had Old Johnson come out. Slyhan Johnson came up, the black blues player, and that. He's been in a nursing home for 10 years for the simple reason he's deaf.
Right.
That's shocking. All that money that he had and accumulated and was like that, some family member ripped it off, got in there, got into the local council, got in a position of authority, another damn, and ripped him off and that, running a campaign and that while she was under indictment and that, and going to go to jail anyway. She's trying to run for re-election. Stole his money and all that sort of thing, and he ended up in a nursing home because he's deaf. A hearing aid could have, $1,000 hearing aid could have fixed that problem.
Wow.
And then folks found out about it because he came out with the Les Paul thing. So money came out everywhere, and now he's got himself a nice little place and he's playing regular again.
Right. Wow.
What was the other bloke? They had this old piano guy, Shane Deal. All these guys that used to knock around in Les Paul, a lot of these old black guys have been ripped off by these big groups or whatever, a smart ass bloody Procol Harum's another great thing. White Shade of Pale, one of the classics. I played that to a girl here, and she'd never heard it before, and she's my age.
Oh, wow.
Thought it was magnificent. Never heard it. So where you been?
Right. Under a rock. Yeah, Ted Nugent he's still kicking.
Well, there's a place here in Australia called Barons. It's in the red light district called King's Cross, and it's basically it's an old bordello, and that which has now got a bar on every floor, and that, and the little rooms in there. Some of them got balconies on. You can actually just rent the room, and that you've got sofas and lounges and all that sort of stuff. And so it's like an after party crash out, hanging out the place and all that sort of. I'm old, that's why.
This has been done.
I worked some really scummy jobs, but I was a doorman at the Bourbon and Beefsteak for a couple of years, and that in Sydney that was a red light district nightclub where all the crims hang out. But when Sinatra came to town and all those sort of folks came to town, they all had dinner there and all that sort of thing. The Sheraton Wentworth Hotel put them, out there. There was also an illegal casino out the back. And high-class call girls and that work in the bar there. So it was one of those sort of joints. It's closed now, so I can talk about it. While it was open, I could never talk about such things. But we used to get deputy premiers in there and that playing the casino and all that shit. Premier's like state governor, and this was the deputy governor. Regular down there and all that sort of thing. Governor only on occasions. He'd come around the back though.
He come around the back way.
So, and then I ended up working for two gay guys who ran all the gay nightclubs in Oxford Street in Sydney, and I ran their security for them for a couple of years, and because I had to put my two girls through private college, and then it cost money,
right.
And that sort of money doesn't come to a soldier,
right?
So I had to do
down. Three more portrait. Yeah, I know that.
But anyway, and so you meet a lot of people, and by talking to a lot of people, you learn a lot of stuff. You learn what's bullshit. You learn how to discern truth. And a lot of high flyers, and that when they meet you in a social setting, instead of being like a press setting and all that sort of thing, their demeanour is totally different. Especially if they're drunk and you're trying to get them into a cab.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got them out front there, and they're a little bit. The cab driver doesn't want to want them in the back of the cab because they're looking a bit green. So you're getting a coffee into them and that, and getting some colour back into them and that, so they're not looking like they're going to throw up in the back of the cab. So while you're sitting there and that, and you're talking to them and that, heck, I've met our equivalent of your Supreme Court justices. They've had too much to drink one night in the gay nightclub. No wonder we're fucked over here. But anyway, no, he was all right. And that just very upset that his little object of desire decided to go home with somebody else. The world's weird. Look, we're all weak, we're all vulnerable, we're all that sort of thing, and it just boils down to one basic premise: are you an asshole or are you not?
No, but these people that are famous and stuff, and I've met a couple, I've met a few, and they just want to be treated like everybody else. To be honest with you,
yeah,
they just want to be treated like the guy next door. It's like your buddy Frank down the street. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. And then you start asking for signatures or something like that, and the next thing you know, you got okay, you just became a fan, and now they don't want to hang out no more. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. You've got it in one. They like friends. They're not looking for fans because the fans they already got, and the fans go weird on them.
Right. Yeah.
I knew a doorman to a thing and that, and one thing happened and that, and one of his VIP guests came in late one night after midnight, and then he said, "Look, I know you got cigars. I hate to bug you on that. Can I, I've got a VIP. Can we get a couple of cigars off you?" And I said, "Yeah, that's no dramas. I'm late. You're not waking me up." Bloke comes in, Sylvester Stallone. He's just flown in on a private jet and that, and there's no customs there after hours to meet him, and all his cigars and stuff, and that have been impounded and that until the morning. So, and he wants to wind down and all that sort of thing. We ended up sitting smoking my Cuban cigars up on the rooftop, overlooking Sydney, and that he was drinking bourbon, and I was drinking scotch. Just quiet chat, and we didn't talk about any of his movies and all that sort of thing. We talked fishing, what was Sydney like, good restaurants, and food, steaks, sauces for steaks. We talked for about 45 minutes on sauces for steaks. And this is like getting close to 2 o'clock in the morning by this stage of the game.
What freaked me out was how short he is.
No, he's my height.
What about 5'3", 5'4", 5'5"?
No, 5'10".
He was. I thought he was shorter than that.
No, he's not 6. He's not 6'4" or 6'5" like they make him
No,
out.
I know. You're right. They make him out.
He's my height. Well, maybe an inch shorter than me, but not much more. He's got to be 5'8", 5'10".
He's 5'10".
5'10".
5'10". Yeah. I'm 5'10", and I thought we were the same height.
Right.
But I was in boots at the time. I don't remember what he was wearing.
The biggest rule is not to be taller laying down than you are standing up.
Well,
that's a pretty good rule.
Well, there was a bloke who got a little way there.
It was like this long pause, a lot of silence. You guys have a good night, man. I'm up.
Take care, Dennis.
Thanks for coming up, Jeff.
Oh, heck.
Florida said he was coming up. He's going to get on the screen.
The women? I don't know where they are. Well, Deb, if you're a female, come on up. Put the link in. Oh, there's the link. Any other farm maidens there? I don't know if she's a farm maiden. Deb's in the audience. you got a peasant skirt there and that, and a bustier there, Deb.
Yeah, what happened to Kay? I thought she was hanging out. I thought she came by.
No, we don't want to see you in a bustier and a peasant skirt there, Florida.
No. You bet. You bet. And well, hey, Michelle comes up, and we now I haven't heard from Lady Liberty recently, but I know they're in the process of packing and trying to move. But yeah, I got to see that.
Farm Maiden Tonight providing these wall-to-wall video cameras. Yeah, sure.
There's canoes.
I'm having a look at this link that Zoombait sent. Snowcap driving. Snowcapdriving.com.
There you go. Canoes to the moon. What's up, buddy? How you doing? You hear anything interesting today?
Was that?
Hear anything interesting today?
No. Other than what everybody was talking about earlier with Trump and all that. It was kind of weird. When he went live with the announcement about the deal in Afghanistan with the Taliban.
Yeah.
The radio here made it sound like he was going to give a speech about coronavirus, and then they cut in live with the speech, and we were talking about Afghanistan. I'm like, what's going on?
Right. Yeah, they signed that deal with the Taliban, trying to get some.
News just coming in, just flashed up on my little thing, and that there was a suicide bomb attack in Afghanistan about an hour and a half ago. One side doesn't want to play, and they're taking out the other side for playing with the West.
So now they're fighting each other again.
Yeah. Cool. That's what you want.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let them do it. Want us to smoke a hole on the ground? Go back there and build a fucking Walmart. Why should you have your blokes fucking die? Let them kill each other off and that for a few hundred years. When it's all fucking done, there's a shitload of lapis lazuli there. There's a shitload of fucking antium there. There's a shitload of zinc. What else is there? There's a couple of other things there. I know the geological stuff that went in there, and no one's saying anything what they found and that, but they all rushed the stuff through secure satellite tests, and then they airlifted in a mobile bloody laboratory, and that's to do test samples. They don't do that for nothing. That costs. And in a war zone, it costs even more. So, they found something out there, but we don't know what that one was. But that's Belliot and
They found a whole herd of super goats.
Oh,
in the bowl.
Oh, cool. I got something to wash this down then. Yeah, stick a hole in it. Get a longer one.
I didn't see any of the video of that speech that he gave about the peace agreement. I just heard the audio on the radio. He sounded awfully tired.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, he's got part two of his China deal and that, which is all right. He's been working on this China deal since he got in.
Yep.
Dems have been holding him up. Phase one was trade protection and copyright and all that sort of stuff. And if they didn't play with that, the tariffs. So he's already brought the tariffs in. Second one was cars and all that sort of stuff. If not, the tariffs came in. He played with the tariffs. Third one was pharmaceuticals, getting them back here, back in the US and all that sort of stuff. Didn't quite fucking make it there because he only just got the car deal on the tariffs in a month before the fucking virus broke out. Now, if you got the pharmaceuticals got in and all that sort of stuff, you wouldn't be facing the issues that you're facing now. Yes, you're still facing coronavirus, but the fact is 95% of your antibiotics are made in China. And there's nothing coming out of China to you at the moment, and nor will there be for quite a few months. Okay? A couple of little pharmaceutical companies are currently making generics over there. If anybody's got a few $100 spare, and that they are publicly listed, a couple of $100 investment at the moment might pay out quite well. But you know what I mean? So he's trying to figure out now how to get your pharmaceutical industry up and running. Now, I know GlaxoSmithKline, they reported they were in meetings at the White House last night until 3 a.m. Who were they meeting with? And I guarantee you Trump was there. Who else was there?
Right.
GlaxoSmithKline is one of the few that still have manufacturing capabilities and laboratory capabilities in the US.
Yep.
Okay, so you can figure that's what he's been working on. Read between the lines, folks. So
Pfizer's the other one.
You got to look at the broad spectrum of news. There was a tweet GlaxoSmithKline. There was an interview afterwards and all that sort of thing through Fox Business, New York Business Review, and that also carried a small sideline on it. Talks till 3 a.m. A number of other unnamed industry representatives. So there's a few there. So these couple of little manufacturers, I'm trying to find out if they were there.
Is that your oven timer?
No. There's a squeak here, and I'm just wondering if it's a dog.
What, Florida?
Hey, Florida.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
No, it's not. It's a bird.
No, that's but yeah, that's well, Pfizer's still got a heavy development process there too, don't they?
I think Pfizer is pretty much shut down their labs and that, and they're only working on the transgender stuff at the moment.
What's going on with Zoom bait?
So all these drugs that stop, they've gone into genetics, not into antivirals and all that sort of thing. They've got all their labs are to do with genetics.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, very good.
Awesome. I want to say, hey, what's up, Jimmy Bean?
Florida,
what's going on, man?
Oh, Jimmy, the Restream bot. If you look after Restream bot, it has it has who's on who it's referring to. See, we're not just on YouTube. We're also on Twitch, and we're on Mixer, and we're on Discord. So, yeah, we're broadcasting over 4 different platforms, and yeah, that's what Restream bot brings in the Twitch. Like that was see Restream bot and then Deb. Okay.
Hell yeah. What's going on?
Oh man.
You guys hear some feedback?
Yeah. We're getting a whistle here somewhere. I thought it was a bird outside.
It might be
my end. Let me check something here.
But I don't have it turned on, but there's big magnets right there.
No, it's probably. I was wondering where that was coming from. I was like, "What in the world is that?"
And I can turn this amp on and move my phone close to it, and it'll pick up cell phone signals in the whole neighborhood.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yep.
I can throw dope seeds on my floor, and my cockatiel will fly down there and pick them up.
Now that's scary, and there's 3 different kinds of signals. Yes, sir.
But yeah, Jimmy Bean, man.
Now, if y'all didn't know me, you'd think I was crazy.
We know you, and we still think you're crazy.
You know me, yeah.
God love you, Florida.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you, don't go around telling people stuff like that. They'll be like, okay. Okay, buddy. Hey, I'm busy. I gotta go over here do something.
Right.
Nice
No
meeting
doubt.
you.
Jack looks like he's working on something there.
I am.
Yeah, Jimmy, we got lots to do, brother. There's a lot of stuff needs to be done before we're done with our turn.
Man, I like Jimmy Bean, man. He's cool.
Playing with primers. Just setting them all up. I've got to do a little bit of reloading tonight.
He's got this hand-painted wine bottle.
You're gonna do reloading.
Yeah. Someone's asked for a couple of chain and ball shotgun rounds. So,
well, they're going pagan, huh?
Yeah, big stuff. It's problematic. There's a couple of 400, 500 pound sows getting around. They just don't go. They just don't stop at a fence. They just go straight through it. And
Right.
they got little suckers with them. Now, if they get out into a new area and all that sort of thing where people can't get them, there's 20 in 4 or 5 years. There's 1,000 pigs.
Right. Oh yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Yep.
I heard. I was looking at something. Those. It's kind of a flashbang that you shoot out of a 12 gauge.
Yeah.
They got them in Australia. They use them in the orchards.
Yep.
They use them in the orchards to scare off birds and stuff. But I can't find them anywhere else but Australia.
Yeah, I know. And you've got to have agricultural permit to get it over here as well. Okay, so they don't want people to have them, but there is a real need for them, so that they let you have them. You can make your own. Called Dragon's Breath. You can find the PDFs online. Look up Dragon's Breath shotgun shell.
A dragon's breath, but not the one that makes a loud bang. It's you shoot it up and it bangs
make
up
a
in the
loud bang, and over night time also, because that shoots that flame out 20, 30 feet. It scares the living daylights out of it. You don't do it. This is not a daylight round. Your proper flashbangs, though, that's a package round with a fuse on the back of it. It gets so far and then it goes off. Hard to make. You can still make them, and that poor man's James Bond had a thing that you can adapt into that. It was an incendiary thing, but you just use plain gunpowder instead of the incendiary mix and the magnesium. You just leave the magnesium.
The other one is a 12 gauge illumination round that you guys have over there.
Yeah.
Oh, the flare.
Yeah. But there's a lot of 12 gauge flare guns, and they see on ships over here, on boats, on trawlers. This is what I do so many conversions of the flare pistols, the 2-inch, because you're only allowed one firearm on board a boat, commercial fishing boat, and that's thing. But the problem is a flare gun counts as a gun, and a shotgun counts as a gun. So I convert the flare pistols to take a sleeve, so I can put a 12 gauge round down it, and
ooh, I'm cooking the oil, baby. Cooking the oil.
So that thing there
with the banger.
Load her up. You put the sleeve back into it.
No, dude, ask me what I was cooking. No, it ain't no crack, man.
Put a sleeve in there. Takes a 12 gauge, and that you can do it with shark. But because of the rule change, the Sporting Shooters Association of Australia and the Shooters Party found an exemption for importing the flare round for the shotgun to get around that, so guys can get a lawful shotgun, still deal with the sharks, but still in emergency be able to fire off parachute flares.
Mm-hmm. That's nice,
man.
And that, but 12
those you
only got a 12-second burn time. Say again?
The old German and Polish flare guns. The old German flare guns. You can get like you said, you can get them and make them shoot a 12 gauge. I think they're like 36 millimeters, something like that.
Yep, and you put
33
a
millimeter.
chunk of high pressure steam bore pipe into it, smooth bore, steam gauge down there, and then that fits a 12 gauge just nice.
Those shitty
So,
plastic flare guns, they're no good. Don't get those.
Yeah, no, you get the Polish ones, or get the original 2-inch ones. Make up a sleeve out of some axle tube, and that because it's very thick, back axle tube. If you have a look at the Chevys, it's like half-inch thick steel pipe, and that, you bore that out to take your 12 gauge. The collar, the full size is what you need for your collar. So then all you got to do is turn your outside down to fit down to the inside of your 2-inch sleeve, because I think it's 2.1 diameter on that stuff. So you put it down in there, takes the 12 gauge real nice, and it's chrome moly steel anyway, so it's the same as a rifle barrel. Take your 12 gauge round, but you can still put your 2-inch flare gun up, and your 2-inch flare, and that's got a 45-second burn time, so it'll burn all the way back down to the water. And that, whereas your 12 gauge, your parachute flare, she fires up and all that sort of thing, you mainly only got 12 seconds, so this will give you 4 times the chance of getting spotted.
You're quite the survivalist.
Well, I play with these things a lot, and I've got customers who depend on it, so you've got to sit down and figure out how they work.
Yeah.
And that, so the guys to ask are the Orion rescue planes, and that, how do you spot stuff? And that, and one of the big things they want on every yachty to carry is a mirror, because that's one of the best signaling things, because a sunstrike coming off there, it attracts attention. And all that sort of thing. So if you can get a mirror, scratch a little hole in it so you can see through it, and then aim it at the plane, even in the distance, they'll spot that. They could be 20 miles away. They'll spot that flash. And if it's coming on at a weird ass pattern, and if you shake it, bang, 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 going backwards and forwards. I'm just a small business. Deb, and that I'm a blacksmith. I specialise in making knives, but I make a lot of stuff and repair a lot of the old steam tractors and all that sort of stuff. So all the old stuff is what I do. Anyway, getting back to that, rescue pilots. Yeah, ask them what they're looking for and that, and shape your survival equipment about that.
So the old survival shotgun, it's an old shotgun that guys like Florida, down there in the swamps and all that, because I think Florida's probably in a swamp, aren't you?
Yeah.
There you go. I can tell he was a swamper. Well, they used to carry a shotgun called a H&R. Have you ever heard of the H&R single shot shotgun?
No, well, they're a well-known hardware store gun, Harrington and Richardson.
Right. And it's a breech load, and you can get those sleeves. They're perfect for doing multi-caliber survival kind of thing.
Yep.
You get a whole pack of sleeves that are multi-caliber, so
all the way
38,
down to
44,
22.
45, whatever you want.
And the 22 one, the whole barrel was off. So when the hammer struck, it would hit the rim. Same as the little 32 rim fire sleeve they had in there. The whole barrel was offset. So you had the barrel, but the hole for the barrel was up there. So when the hammer struck, it would strike the rim on the rim fire. Yep.
That's what those.
They're famous.
Those swamp guys. What's the name of that? Remember that show that was Swamp People?
Oh yeah, the Crocodile Hunter type show.
Yeah.
Alligator. Yeah, I know one of the blokes off there.
That was their go-to for years and years, was the single shot H&R. If you could ever find one, they're hard to find.
Oh, I don't know.
And why is that so good?
Oh,
The
I
reason
think
it's so good is because in over and under, what?
I think I could find one pretty quick, actually.
Maybe.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
These are the only two I could find, but these are wrist pins.
Excuse me for a second.
Bless you. God bless you, man.
And they're wrist pins.
What are they?
They're really hard steel cylinders.
They're
Damn it.
They're straight bearings. They're bearings.
Oh, okay.
And it's let's see. It could contain all that pressure that's, released through
sleeve bearings.
So you're talking about using them as an insert in a shotgun barrel.
Right. Or actually whatever caliber you wanted, whatever would fit that.
Yeah.
Because it's really, really hard. It's the wrist pin out of that goes through the piston and the connecting rod. Yeah. And the piston will be right here. And connecting rod come down. And the engine. Yeah. They're
You find some caliber to fit it.
Yeah, well, that's about a 44 or 45 right there. But they're different sizes,
Yeah, they got to be
exactly.
They got to be flared at the end. They got to be flared at the end, and they got to be the diameter of the shotgun, and then the hole going down the middle. If you were to use them, you have to get the one that fits right in a 12 gauge, and it'll adapt it to whatever caliber.
Okay, yeah. These are the only two I could find, but I got about 10 more of these. Different, calibers, basically.
Well, keep them.
Yeah. Oh, man. I keep all this stuff like this.
If you want to,
are they magnetic?
You want to put a rifle in. If you want to rifle them, they're so
hard.
There is a little.
Yeah, they're so hard.
Well, you have to anneal them first. You anneal it with heat, and then it softens the metal. Jack could tell you because he knows about this, but you anneal it first, and then you take this. There's a little tool that you put down in there with a rod, and you pound this little tool. And it's the same way that they used to rifle a barrel back in the Civil War days.
Okay.
You could put rifling in it easy with a hammer and a rod and that one little tool.
It's
the cutting tool.
Steel.
There's an old H&R and that I'm in the middle of restoring.
But don't you need something
to
really hold on to the back end of that when it's closed, so to speak?
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
It needs to be flared.
Is that a brake barrel?
It needs to be flared and then.
Okay.
Is that a brake?
I know what that means.
Is that a brake barrel?
Yeah.
Loaded?
I'll tell you, Florida, a 3/4 inch pipe is exactly 12 gauge. You could get black pipe that's 3/4 inch, and then you fit that down into a 1 inch pipe, and it fits right in the 1 inch pipe, and you can make a slamfire shotgun easy.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that makes sense.
What
But
was the original
all
name?
these different pipes have different
Um,
inside diameters.
Mindanao street sweeper, and that's what they were taking the jack from. Slam fire shotguns.
I'm gonna tell you, I only need one.
You're talking about an 870 Winchester, or not? What is it? 1897 Winchester pump shotgun, the trench gun.
No. Slam fire, 2 pieces of pipe.
Oh, okay.
And that, no, but Remington 870 is my favourite, because you just hold your finger on the trigger, and every time it comes into action, and it's bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
Keep on popping.
You put a stopper fitting on the back end of it, and then you got to have something that serves as a firing pin. And every time you slam that,
was a piece of oversized pipe that goes back, and you put your firing pin in the center cap of that. That slides over your pipe. You put your shotgun shell down there. You put a little bit of your blue tack or chewing gum in there, and that to hold the shell in so it wouldn't slide back out while you had the back on. And then you just slam the next bit of pipe down. It quite often blew off the back, but the rounds all went out the front. Firing 00 buckshot, and your hand got a little bit warm. Your left hand holding it got a little bit warm. You wouldn't want to repeat fire in that too often, but yeah, it works.
It's a good thing. Florida's got some kind of crazy
Something like that, huh?
Something like that, huh? No, it's 2 pieces of pipe. The first piece of pipe's got a shotgun shell in it. The next one fits over all of that, slides down there a little bit, and has got a firing pin built into it. So when it makes connection with the thing, the energy and the weight of the pipe sliding forward counters the recoil from the round if it's balanced and that. But sometimes the back bit gets dragged out of your hand and shot out the back at a great rate of knots. So like a Law's rocket, don't stand behind anybody who's firing one of the things.
You can make something out of that.
Tell me if this is the
Looks
same.
like about a 22 or something.
Same concept, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kinda. It's even more simple than that, Florida.
Yeah, simpler.
It's more simple to make one. All it is you got one bigger piece of pipe and one smaller piece of pipe. The smaller piece of pipe is your 3/4 inch, and it's exactly the right diameter where that ridge on the shotgun shell fits it just perfect. And all you do is you slam that smaller piece of pipe into the bigger one, and you got some little kind of firing pin on the back there. You just slam it like masturbating, and then you take the pipe out, you flip it around, and don't even take the round out. Stick another one in, and you'll just shoot the spent shell right out the front. You just keep flipping it back and forth, and it's pretty fast actually when you get used to it.
Yep, I got a zip gun right there.
Obama made me do it. That's a zip. You could make it into a zip gun.
Zippity doo dah.
Well, I use this, but oh man,
there's got to be some kind of way.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways. But I ain't never done none of that.
I see Tim is here.
All right, let me just duck back into here, get that in there, get that loaded into there. All hail the goat.
I'm still working on the same one.
Oh, heck, I'm still in private chat. Comments 120. Sorry, folks.
Oh, shit.
Hey, Florida, do you guys have any?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit behind. I've been doing something in the background here.
What's that, Bill?
Do you guys have any swamp buggies out there?
Not around here,
Swamp
but
buggy.
no, not around here. They don't. They ride four
I used to
wheelers
live in
and
Florida, so we had swamp buggy races.
yeah, down in Orlando they did that a bunch. Actually, outside of Clearmont, or I meant headed east out of Orlando, not Clearmont.
Hey, boy.
They're having
Those
a
are the
monster
craziest
jam.
looking machines you ever saw, a swamp buggy.
Yeah, they're having a monster jam tonight. I think in Jacksonville, which is
I'm going to show Jimmy my aloe vera plant. Can you see it?
looks brown.
Oh, no. It's just a little light on it. I just can't see. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's your. Yeah, that was your camera made it look brown.
Oh, no, it's growing like mad. And all I'm doing is flipping ashes and spitting on it.
Because my camera makes me look like a terrorist. I got the Taliban filter.
You got the Taliban filter. Yeah, all I do is spit on it and flip ashes in it once in a while. I throw tea bags. I open up my tea bags after I'm done with tea, and
Don't be
tea in there too.
plants, man. Come on, man. That's not nice. Be teabagging your plants.
Right?
Spit in there.
But no, tea eggshells, and just a minimal amount of water. The cigarette ashes give it plenty of nitro. So yeah, it's just it just keeps growing. I mean, it's got 4 new starts in there from that just started in the last month or so. I'm gonna have to break it down into. I could make about 8 to 10 plants out of that one bucket.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys been getting busy. You've been having a lot of kids.
That's what they're doing. They're it's just sitting over there. I'm spitting on it and flipping the ashes in it when I can't find my ashtray. That's about it, though. That thing's growing like weed.
Oh man, you know how many times I missed my ashtray?
Yep.
All 5 of them in here.
All 5 of them.
Like a boomstick.
It's just easier to get them all at once at one time during the day, and then not worry about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Try it.
Yeah, you know what? You just need a little bit of. You just need a 9-volt battery, a 9-volt battery, and a fishing line. And cardboard, and you're good. Shotgun shell appropriately dug into the tree.
Jimmy, that was me, man. Showing them the metal tubes. That's me, man.
Yeah. You don't have low, so when it goes off, it just basically takes off their foot.
Yeah, no, I'm Florida. I'm Florida on the. I don't know what happened there.
Oh yeah, that was fucked up, Jimmy. Yeah,
but yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, no, I'm Florida, Jimmy, because that's I don't know. I got confused. I don't know how I got confused there. Because Huck says, I thought you were Florida. Oh, I thought you were Florida. My bad.
Are you okay, Florida?
I'm just was reading the chat and I didn't see anybody show any tubes, but I did. I got the metal, you know.
Yeah, those tubes, yeah.
So yes, very Deb, very.
Colonel Shaw, what's up?
Colonel Shaw in the house.
Colonel Shaw.
Guten Morgen.
I like being able to read the chat, you know, on my laptop. I can't do that on my phone.
Oh, you know, you can still fire up your laptop and monitor the chat with your laptop.
Not, I can't tether it.
Oh, you have to tether it in order to use your laptop?
Yeah.
Chat's massively delayed as well, so you might have said something like a minute ago, and then Huckle's responding, and then by that time you forgot what you said.
Hey Tim, how you
You know, like if you guys think I'm interrupting you, I might not be. I might just be trying to shout out to some, you know.
It's okay, Florida.
Don't stop talking. You know what I mean? If you hear me, really don't stop.
You stop. See.
As long as you don't say England sucks, I'm happy.
Hey, I live in misery. I can't get no worse than that.
Whew, man. Felt like work, man. It felt like work trying to communicate.
Tim, we just own it. There are places in America that just suck. Try Chicago.
Try Cleveland.
Right. This is we suck.
Try any Democrat-controlled city for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Aaron got knocked on his head in Jacksonville.
Oh, what? Lefties can't run a city? Oh shit, that's Republican line.
Oh yeah, where I was showing you last night, we're left run here.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Yeah.
I saw a statistic a couple of days ago. There's some office that has a seat up for the next election in Baltimore. I don't know if it's the mayor's position or, state senator or something. But they said that every single candidate that's running for this seat has a felony record.
Yep. And how do you allow that? Seriously.
It's disgusting.
Dude, we need piss tests.
Jimmy's a hero, Deb. He's
Need
one
common sense.
Yep.
Stop voting criminals in the fucking government.
Right. Stop letting them get in there, you know?
Jimmy Bean's cool as shit, man.
Yeah.
Jimmy Bean's awesome, man. He's all
Stop
right.
stamping him. They keep.
He's our brother from another mother.
Yep. One of the original Patriots. You bet.
All the way back to the Ron Gibson days.
Shit. Pat. Yeah.
They keep rubber petitions.
Hey, I got a request. I think everybody here will like this idea. We should play a swamp song sometime tonight.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't have the link for that anymore. Oh,
I can dig it up real quick.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Post it up in private chat. I'll pull it.
Yeah. No, I like reading the chat, you know. But sometimes, like, if I get really stoned, I don't know what to type in the answer to, like, everybody. You know what I mean? Where do you start typing?
I know.
I mean, where do you start?
You start with the letter M, and then an E, and an A, then a space, and then a C, and a U, and an L, and a P, and an A. And it's all wood.
But that doesn't even, that would only, like, answer one out of way.
No, answers all of them. Answers all of them. And then after that, you explain. Sorry, folks, I am shitface.
M-A-E.
What's
Sorry, folks, I'm shitface.
It answers everything. Yeah. No, he have to put on. I am elongated.
Oh, yes.
But there is an advantage in an education, especially when you're going to get shit-faced on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Highfalutin and shit-facedness is fucking morally acceptable, especially if you're dressed accordingly and that in modern society. Dress like I do, and that you can't even get into the fucking joints.
I've never been shit-faced
I
in my
need to
life.
pick me up some more vitamin C.
Was Jimmy Beam talking about something about people with O positive blood and vitamin C?
Yeah, O positive. He's saying that it's non-responsive to the coronavirus.
I bought vitamin C the other day, like genuine vitamin C, not the stuff with chemicals added. I bought it
Oh,
from
really?
yeah. I must have had. There's a shop called Holland and Barrett, so I must have just had intuition to go and get it. I'll get vitamin D as well then.
D3, and remember, if you're doing D3, you also need to do you want to pair that up with K2,
Mm-hmm.
okay, or K3. Either one of those two will work, but you want to pair vitamin D3 up with K2. It's kind of like an enabler. It goes to the right places for the D3. Make sure the D3 goes to the right places.
So what was that again?
K2 is like
K2.
K2. Yeah, K2 is like a traffic cop for your D3 because D3 has a tendency to collect in spaces, kind of like a plaque kind of deal, right? Where it'll
Yeah.
go just about everywhere. But if you do the K2 with it directs it directs the D3 where it's needed, where it can be utilized.
Jimmy, what size drip are you talking about? You're talking about 1 litre, 500 mil, or 250 mil. There's a big fucking difference between them. So you need to have the base size as well as the dose. Because if it's 20 mil, 20 grams per litre, which is the recommended stuff and all that sort of thing, but the most common civil available saline solution is only 250 mil. So you're talking about 4 times the dosage. And that's deadly.
Here's some one-part epoxy.
So yeah, but 20 grams per 1 litre saline is apparently killing everything in to do with this corona stuff. Both sides of it.
Oh wow!
That's the research that's coming out of Denmark and Korea. They're both agreeing on that.
Well, they're also saying that the people who smoke cigarettes the coronavirus has a problem with the nicotine as well.
Oh,
yeah, sweet.
I just saw the other stuff, and that it's long-term smokers are going down first.
Really?
They're banning tobacco products in Europe.
Folks with lung problems, long-term smokers, and folks with a certain range of cardiac issues that are related to the lungs.
So you say they're banning tobacco in UK now? Tim?
Yeah, they're banning all tobacco from I think a year from now. But that's a European thing. They're going to ban it across Europe. So I don't know if that includes nicotine, but
They'd come here.
I thought you got out of the EU, and that's going to be very hard because Dow Egberts, one of the biggest.
They're doing it.
Go ahead, Jack.
No, it's okay. Dow Egberts is the Dutch royal family. Their biggest investor is the English royal family. Dow Egberts, White Ox Tobacco, and Moccona Coffee. If you don't know the things, but you probably know Moccona. But White Ox Tobacco is the most populous brand of tobacco in the world. It's sold under a lot of different names and that thing, but it's just black tobacco grown in Africa, chopped up, no processing. You get bugs in it. They dry it out, chop it up, and all that sort of thing. I smoked that for 40 years. It's black tobacco, like twist.
Right.
Looks like black tobacco, but no, that's what I was smoking for 40 odd years. So I've got an extended risk because I'm a long-term smoker to corona. That's what I'm reading. It doesn't like nicotine in your system. That's fine. But if your lungs are weak and it gets in there and the spirulinias are growing, you're fucked. Because your lungs are already scarred from years and years of smoke.
Sure.
And it's knocking out people with asthma as well.
Well, asthmatics already have the condition like they've been smoking for bloody 40 odd years, except they're born with it.
Yeah.
Poor bastard.
Yeah, with my brother, it was his biological mother was reliant on drugs, and it got passed on to him, and he had to be weaned off them, like hardcore drugs. And yeah,
that sucks.
I wish you guys could.
Now, how much tax money is the UK going to lose out from cigarette sales and tobacco sales?
yeah, that's the thing. Anything the European Union brings into law before the end of the year, it applies to the UK, and then we come out.
To Florida.
Tell them to go suck it.
Halfway there, buddy.
Right.
If I had money, I'd be stockpiling tobacco and selling it on the black market when it's banned. But
where's the EU central location at? The headquarters is at Brussels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They need a neutron bomb there.
Right.
Huckleberry. If you take or you absorb 500 milligrams of vitamin C every day as a regular thing, preferably through the fruit and veggies, because your body can't process 1,000 a day. You'll go to the bathroom and get most of it out. So you take it 500 milligram tablets, and if you're showing symptoms, take 2 a day, but at the opposite end of the day. So like morning and evening, and so you're keeping that high vitamin C dose going all throughout your system the whole time. It'll help knock them down. If you do start showing symptoms, fine. Your best way to stop this is basic food prevention. Wash your hands. Don't put your hands to your face if you're out and all that sort of thing. A little bit of hand sanitizer, your colloidal silver, your iodine, your antioxidant diet. A couple of blueberries. That's what we're talking about. That's the difference between a regular diet and any thing. A couple of blueberries in the morning, lunchtime. A couple more thing. If you're not in the blueberries, there's plenty of other antioxidant stuff out there.
Cherries too. That's why I eat blueberry and cherry pies.
So
avocados,
pineapples, all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So 750, that's fine. That's about your daily tolerance and that, because any more than that, you start going to the bathroom and the excess runs out, because it's very quickly absorbed into the body and then flushed out as well. So there's the drama with it. With too much vitamin C, so you can be overworking your kidneys trying to just flush the excess out of your system if you're going okay. So, but if you're showing symptoms, split your dose. So I don't buy the 1,000 ml tablets. They're for Tracy for when she gets here. I get enough fruit and veggies, and I'm probably eating 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day, wasteful, but I'm spreading that over a day and through my diet. Whereas other folks aren't getting, I have a good garden here. I've got friends who've got fruit trees of all different types. So I've got a pretty good diet. Whereas other folks, they're stuck with what's in the supermarket. And if you're sick and all that sort of thing, you might not be able to get to the supermarket. Or if everybody else is sick, you might not want to go to the supermarket. So a couple of vitamin C things at home, and an extra 20 pound of pasta and 20 pound of rice and a few other things, a little bit of frozen mince in the freezer, a nice 5 kilo block. That's 10 pound.
There's footage in Italy of people like sucker punching each other in the back of the head in Italy, in supermarkets.
Yeah, to get stuff and that off the shelf. It's ridiculous. Have a look who's doing the punching though. Have a look who's doing the punching. They look Italian.
Nah.
Eastern European and African.
That's right, Jimmy. That just means more beer, right?
Empty shelves in South Korea as well.
Yeah.
I saw,
You
I
know
saw a
how
video the other day.
micronutrients you get out of the average beer?
Yeah. We only beat each other up here in the States when it's Black Friday and they got a TV going. They want it.
And it's 30% off, but it actually costs more than it did before the sale.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, well, you put your prices up by 50%, so you can have a 33% off everything in the store, and make more money doing that. I've seen that. Retrovision, where I used to live, and that where I moved down to the city where my father was, and looked after him for a couple of years. And there was a Retrovision store, which is electronics and fridges and freezers and all that sort of stuff. And they regularly do this, and that because you see the prices you walk and buy. So the fridge was $999 regular price, and then all of a sudden you walk by on the Saturday and that regularly $1,599 today only, and that $1,199, and the thing would be gone the next day. You know, there'd be another fridge in its place, and that's sitting in the window.
Yeah, what they do near me is they make it out like in PC world, they make it out like it's the last model of all the really good gaming computers, and they put boxes in the aisle of the shop and say it's the last one. Look, we're running out of stock. We've literally just got it on the shop floor, and they do that every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they never actually say it's the last one. They say double on stock.
Only question is, Deb, how do you know when it's him that's wanting you upstairs? So taking precautions. He can grab you, and that, like, you know, he can grab you any time he wants you, and that, like, you can drop a bloody plane on your head, drop an asteroid on your head. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
remember what he says. All good things come from God. Sickness, illness, and all that sort of thing does not come from God. So protect yourself, like the good book says, against all things that are not of God, and including illness and diseases. So just don't sit there and say, oh, well, God will look after me. No, he told you to protect yourself.
Those who do not prepare will not survive.
And the good Lord loves those who helps those who help themselves. So
I was in the live stream earlier, and there was a Christian pastor doing prayer like, God will protect you from all illness and coronavirus. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, I just buy this little trinket for $29.95 plus $12 postage and handling. and we'll save you. Who was that? Oh, that sounded like a bloke here, actually.
Was that Kool-Aid vitamin C?
Yeah. Ascorbic acid. Yeah, their version of it.
Is this any good? Anybody know?
Energy C. What sort of vitamin C's it got in it? It'll say it on the back.
Oh man, it's got a whole bunch of.
Okay, you're looking for ascorbic acid and acetic acid.
It's got freaking. Oh well.
I see a lot of hydrochlorates and fucking phosphate, and that's the
get out my big eyeballs.
Phosphate is something that you shouldn't fucking partake in any decent quantity, and that impures a person.
Zinc ascorbate.
It's a type of extenuated salt.
It's got 1,000 milligrams as ascorbic acid, zinc.
Yeah, Bill. People think I'm an easygoing bloke. Shit hits the fan. All of a sudden, people start coming up and say, "Hey, Jack, can you spare a can of coffee? Can you do? Got any couple of cans of food or something like you can share with?" You're going to be looking at the wrong end of the shotgun.
Dang. Well,
yeah, I'm doing another big shop on
Monday. Yeah, I know, because I've been telling everybody, stack up and that just in case. The other thing is, we're out here on the end of the supply chain. I'm out here. I'm right halfway between Adelaide and Brisbane, the two distribution points. We're going to be written off on that if shit hits the fan in the city. And I'm not talking about coronavirus. I'm just talking about some idiot.
talking about?
All right, so got all that. So, but what are they talking about? It's a lot of vitamins.
Or shitload of vitamins.
Yeah.
But yeah, times could get tough out here, and that especially if society breaks down, especially if there's like China goes down and Indonesia gets fucking antsy and all that sort of stuff. Last report that I seen, Kowloon Bay has got 1,900 ships stocked in there, and they're not accepting any more, and that because there's no more shallow water where they can do in, and that in the deep water is too deep for the bloody anchor chains, and that so they're all drifting or on under power, and they're telling people to go to Taipei, park in the lee. Which means Taiwan, the island in between the coast between China and Taiwan, and all that sort of thing, because it's shallow water in there, and you can park a million boats in there.
I did not see any tocopherol in that. Whatever Deb said.
All right. No, I didn't say. That was Deb, yeah.
I still don't understand where and how the Democrats are blaming Trump for the stock market crashing. I've been in live streams and I just don't understand. I'm watching them and I'm like,
there's no logic.
Yeah.
Well, look, when you've got trade shut down like it is, okay. Now you've got an American corporation over there called Ansar, which is fucking plummeting. It's gone down in the red figures and it's gone fucking just about bust. Have a look at them. They're dealers of what they call fresh frozen foods from China that they market on behalf of all these other groups in America. Like Dollar Store, Dollar Tree, Dollar Store, all those little groups in there. They can't get nothing out of China. And nothing, if they can get it out of China, they wouldn't be allowed in anyway. They're not supplying nothing. So they're going broke. They've got people and all that sort of thing. They've got millions of dollars and that tied up over there, and they can't do it. They can't. All their contracts are going to be worthless. Rightio? So that company's written off. Bang. So there's a lowering point for the stock exchange. All these other things, this just-in-time, the American Standard 6001 and 9001 JIT, just-in-time manufacturing process, all those folks and that who went to this, get it all, the subparts made in China and all that sort of thing, get them shipped over here and all that, they've all got to stand down their bloody production lines. Now, can they not pay their workers? In some states they can, and under some agreements they can. Not all of them. Those guys are facing whopping great liability. This will go on for months. Then you've got the pharmaceutical stuff. 95% of certain ranges of your drugs come from China. And so those supply line people laugh at you. They do nothing. All they are is a middleman of drugs in between China and into various of the health groups. What's that? What's the big healthcare group over there? Starts with K. Kroger?
Groceries?
Yes.
I know. I forget. I was reading.
GlaxoSmithKline,
So,
etc.
Not Klein. No, this is it's a health insurance company. GlaxoSmithKline pharmaceutical company. But they're healthcare companies. So all their pharmaceuticals, all their doctors, all their branches and all that sort of thing, all their drugs come through these people. They have to keep up their supply. They can't get it. Their stock value, down.
Yep.
Because the contracts are still there, but they can't supply. Because that's it. Everybody's basing on this. This is the problem. So this is just an adjustment. What's going to be the end results of that? The investment groups that are invested in all these offshore groups, and they're going to pull their fucking money out and say, you're worthless, if there's any money left in there, because some of them are actually worthless. So they've done their dollars. So where are they going to invest? Where do they live? where do they need manufacturing, where do you need all that sort of thing, and the growth in there. Now, again, going back to the news, Business Review, all that sort of thing, Business Insider, pharmaceutical company representatives were meeting in the White House until 3 a.m. What do you think's happened? Pharmaceutical industry in America is about to gear up, go hard. So, and it's going to rebuild your nation. Yeah, you're going to take a hit, and but it's not Trump's fault. That's because the fucking previous administrations who allowed all this offshoredness and all the rest of the stuff, and that and put you at a liability.
They've set it up. They've set it up to crash it, and then watch what the United Nations does when it crashes. Watch their solutions.
Yeah,
their solutions will come.
Globalize. One world government, one world currency, one world banking system, one world religion, one world language.
I saw something, artificial intelligence that can translate any language in real time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Get your visor on and
Why
it'll
didn't I make
translate
his
in real
face
time.
like that bloody surveyor the other week? He was just trying to say, hello, you look very pretty. And then when he read it out in the translation, it was hello. And that, I would like to see you without your pretty clothes.
Yeah, that'll censor stuff in real time as well.
That's AI translation for you. He sent me an email back. He's over there in Serbia at the moment, and said, this stunning woman, in her 50s, all that sort of thing. You see the hands and all that sort of thing, but the face and the body was absolutely And he's trying to do that, and he showed her the screen and that, and she just leaned straight over and slapped him. Then he looked back at the screen and that, and hit English and that, and that's when he saw what he actually typed out. Crazy. Never trust these AIs. Read them first, and then edit it, and then transfer it back. Machine translations suck. Every time I try to use it, I get led off the garden path, and that's why I got all the books here. And I got to start looking shit up.
They'll literally be allowed to ban words as well.
Well, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a bit more. Like, it'll just take it out of the translation.
Well, look, if your account in Twitter is flagged as gay, rightio, you can type the word faggot. If it's not flagged as gay, type faggot in your Twitter account and see what happens.
All right, I'll go and try it now. Probably get backlash.
Just type faggot and see where it goes.
I'll do it.
It disappears. But if you're
I'll do
gay,
it on my personal one.
now that Samanik, the gay so-called comedian, I don't think he's very funny. All he does is take the mickey out of white people and suggests that violence is pretty good, cool. Against white people, of course. His greeting to his friend, "G'day, you faggot." Hello, you big faggot. Love you heaps, loved your work, all that sort of thing. Great, whatever they call it. It's not a show, it was a great skit. Was it? Oh, shit, skit, whatever. G'day, Florida. And all that sort of thing. It's been up there for a couple of years. You try writing, anybody else try write faggot in there if you're not marked as a gay account. That's how apparently it's come out. This is what part of all this judicial watch has discovered. So preferential treatment for gays.
Yeah, Deb, it was just the word fag.
Fag, yeah. Well, a faggot was a barrel that was a small barrel, and that if you see on the bar sitting up on top of there, and generally in a stand, and that holding rum on the thing, that was a faggot. And in the old days, and that once they got finished with the rum, and that they could fill it up full of cheap whale oil and all that sort of thing, put a cork in it, and it'd be a light, and that so it'd be a like a lamp, stick a piece of glass around it, and all that sort of thing, became ornamental. But they were fire traps. because if it got down low inside, the barrel would explode. So, and then throw whatever left of the burning oil all around the place.
Oh shit!
Yeah, good fun.
Yeah.
Always keep your barrel full.
Yeah, you got to play with the spelling. That's why, if I make a misspelling, sometimes I have to read it.
A faggot was also
a meat product.
three wheelbarrow loads of wood or coal.
Because it won't let you type in a word for a name of a bike that rhymes with nap that was built in Japan. And then I couldn't even type Japan or Japanese.
Oh, the Jap
bike. You can't type that in. I tried.
No, you put J.A.P. So you've got Japanese Automotive Production Corporation.
Right, or something. Yeah, you got to really play with the.
It was Japanese Automotive Production Corporation, Jap Motors.
I couldn't.
They were a copy of the old Jawa that we were talking about last night.
Right. I couldn't even type Richard D. Hall.
Now, the Jap Motors, and that for about 5 years, around about 1955 through to 1960, they were the fastest.
Dude, they all are. Yes.
High revving, 22,000 to 24,000 RPMs in their little two-stroke motors. Screamers. They were the dirt bike races. Everybody had Jap Motors on those on the wall of death and all that sort of stuff where they needed high-end screaming motors.
And that was my comment. All of those Jap bikes are badass. I mean, they're amazing how they're put together.
Oh, yeah, look.
They are amazing the way they build them. It's
typing the F word out there is not offensive to a particular group. It's just a thing. And they're fine with having the F word out there because it lowers general morals and that introduces kids to it, all that sort of stuff. So they're not worried about it. But they can't have you aiming a word at anybody unless you're part of that. It's like, I don't know, I've been told that people have had their accounts for saying the N word in America unless you're black. And then over there, hey nigga, how you doing? And all that sort of thing. And that is common to see on Twitters and all that sort of stuff and that post.
Yeah.
How you big black doing? Now, if I wrote something like that, and that my account would be suspended because I'm a white snowflake from Australia.
Have you seen the new update on YouTube at the bottom? You can choose the skin tone of the emoji.
Yeah.
They started doing that everywhere. We have new skin-toned plasters as well.
I'm going to change mine to yellow and say I'm from Wuhan. Maybe it'll stop all these 19-year-old Filipinos trying to...
Yeah, the yellow one looks really racist now. Now they've added all them, and they've still got the yellow.
Yeah,
That's racist, dude.
No. I'm going to make myself a Chinaman from Wuhan.
We call each other honkies and crackers, though. And
call me a cracker and you'll end up on your own.
When my buddy comes in, I say, "Man, what you talking about, cracker?"
That's a fucking cracker. If you're calling me a fucking little finger,
when you don't, if you don't know their name, you ain't trying to.
Savoy crackers.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what my name is. Fucking trouble now.
I don't want no. We don't need to know nobody's name. Cracker.
Cracker, I know that means racist, right here. You want to get a jump?
Not here.
Real quick, call me cracker.
That's not racist here. I don't know. It's not racist here. That's what you call somebody. You go, shit, cracker. You crazy?
Raised two lovely young girls and that who got natural born suntans, as we put them. They had a better suntan than what Dad ever had, but Dad wasn't Dad, so I just raised them. That's all good.
That's not a race. You'd think it would be, but it's not a racist term here. Like every white dude I know calls everybody else cracker.
Race discussion. That's what you walked in on.
Honestly. That ain't no joke.
Yeah. She's like, what the hell I walk in on?
It really is, you know. And if you're really like good friend, you know, you'll say you call them peckerwoods.
Jimmy's
That
the
means they're
Tanya
real
fan.
white.
Yes, he is.
But that's a compliment, kind of. It's not a
It's
racist.
it's a term of
Oh,
endearment.
That was a big booger. Flung it on there, didn't you?
I got a dragonfly in the house.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
lovely.
while Bill looks like a peckerwood, I seen him.
I get every fucking shit. Maybe the chooks will be back in next.
It's all right. Peckerwood's all right with me, though. Honest, Jack. I wouldn't mess around with you. It's not racist term here to call people that.
Yeah, well, just keep on reminding me of that and that, so I don't fucking build anymore.
You know, I wouldn't. You know, well,
Right. It wasn't like it. Right. No, that's a.
funny year before, and I got this extraction system on the big wood saw out the back in the woodshed, and gets a bit clogged up at times sometimes. So I rip the thing off there, and that and just blow through it and all that sort of thing. And this huge storm of sawdust came out. Problem is,
Buffalo, you can get a band on YouTube.
that were down below where it extracts onto the ground. It's just a big pile of sawdust there. I don't have a fancy environmental bag, and I just shovel up the sawdust every now and again and spread it over the potato patch to add more biota, because it's sandy soil here. Anywhere I want, I got sandy soil, I throw the sawdust. Mix it all in, throw some worms in there, and that, and leave them go for it. But yeah, so the chooks are all down there and they're trying to get in the sawdust when I blew the thing out. So they don't love me today.
Colonel Shaw, I've had many black friends, man. And when I first moved here, the first thing anybody ever said to me at school was, "Hey, man, are you some kind of a something that rhymes with a rigger?" And I said, "Hey, man, ain't Cecil a girl's name?" Because that was the dude that asked me that. But I've been called that several times. Several times.
Yeah, I got that over there once.
Jimmy's like, dude, you can't even say black without saying Negro.
Well, I know what you're talking about. I was at a place there in Florida called Tallahassee.
Yep, 90 miles.
Came through there, so it's about 10 miles out of Tallahassee. There was a little church I was backpacking through.
Oh man, that's real redneck out there. There's a big black community there in Quincy.
Yeah, and I heard them singing at the church, so I rocked up. I didn't even realize it was Sunday morning. Right, I left my mate's place, and that's where I've been visiting. I got a lift up the road about 5 or 10 miles where the guy turned off to his farm, and that was fine. I walked up a couple of miles. Church out there, and all the cars out there, and I could see the singing, and it was good. So I was the only white face in the joint. I set up the back.
That's why the anti-humans play the racism card all the time.
Man, dude, my last girlfriend was black.
I got two.
I left there. Some folks took me home to their place and all that sort of thing afterwards, and fed me lunch. And as I was leaving their place, I walk out the front. They got this pipe and the chain wire fence and all that sort of thing out there, and but it's only about 3 foot high all the way around. Lovely little house. The yard's perfect. The house was perfect inside of there. I walk out of there and that backpack, thank you very much, walking up the street, bloke up there, "You've been in the nigger's house." I go, "Hey?" He said, "You real lover?" And I said, "Watch your mouth, sunshine," and that, "I'm Australian," and that, so see you later. And he looked at us and then realised that the long leather bag was actually a rifle. So
No, I tell you what, they used to freak out at me, and I was like, "Who you call white man?" Like mostly Cherokee Indian. I never grew up with that stuff, man. I was like, I got in the service, and they started calling me Cracker. I was like, what? I never got it. I never understood it for a long time. I was like, well, I guess you need some food.
Just
No,
like
I
it's like man or dude.
Oh yeah.
You know?
And the other thing is, and that on the side of my belt was something about that size.
Well, so I never understood it because I never even dealt with any racism. I was too busy working and working my way through
Well,
high school.
it just seemed to me that like just because I walk out of a black person's home and all that sort of thing, this guy's sitting out there laying up in the car watching, and what are they doing? And then what's this white dude got doing? And then making a comment on it, and like in a superior air manner.
Right.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's the problem because
Yeah,
obviously you don't know the folks.
When I was younger,
it's classing everybody the same. Maybe there are some black folks there. Look, like I said, I went to New York. I told you the story of the nightclub. They were going to jump the shit out of me and rob me and think nothing of it. Right?
Exactly, Jimmy.
Until I realised I was connected with somebody over there and all that sort of thing. So I got through no drama. And then I was buying them drinks and he said, they were going to think like this, and I said they could have tried.
Yeah, I always say that I'm a racist. Okay, I am a racist. I'm a human racist. If you ain't human, we got problems. Okay?
No, I just like good folks.
Yeah.
And good folks come in every race, creed, and colour. Same as arseholes. And
Right, trash comes in every color. Trash comes in every color. Trust me. Trust me.
When I was younger, about 14, I was at a house party and somebody came on bragging that they beat up a Muslim and he had blood dripping from his hands, and I just bolted out of there. I'm not about that. I didn't affiliate with them since.
It depends on if they deserve it, man. If somebody
No,
deserves
they didn't. It was just walking through the street.
Somebody deserves it.
Where I live, to the left, the place that's now done up, they used to burn them out of their houses, and it was really bad back then. So that's why I get in two minds about it. Like, I realize the agenda, but I've seen suffering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like,
two of my kids are my godchildren are black. Yeah, Laquan and John. And I love shit out of them. They call me pops, and I got 3 grandkids by them. Yeah.
You know what, man? Black people will say the funniest shit, man. They'll say the funniest shit, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah, well, you gotta go see when I go see John because he lives in the hood, where normally white people don't go.
Yeah, man, I had one.
It's kind of like that story Jack tells. You know what I'm saying? And I walk up. And
where he's from. I live right
we got
here.
some neighborhoods here in Cleveland where if you're white, it's a no-go zone.
Yeah. No, there's some. Yeah.
We need to sort out the people that meshed it all together.
And
Not
I
the
remember
people
one
that are on
time
the
I was
ground.
driving around with my father about 15 years ago, and we ended up in this no-go neighborhood. We got turned off on the highway because of a construction detour, and we couldn't figure out how to get back on the highway to go the opposite direction, and we ended up in a cul-de-sac, complete ghetto project area, a bunch of brothers standing out on the sidewalk. We pull up, and they all started slowly reaching for guns. We're like, no, guys, we just need directions. We're not, driving by shooting you. You're like, what the fuck are you guys doing out here? We're lost. How the hell do we get back on I-90? And like, boy, turn around and take 2 rights. Get the hell out of here fast because you don't belong out here.
There's places like that in Britain. I've walked through housing estates that are 100% Muslim, and they stare at me when I walk past them.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. And all I was doing was I was lost as well. I was walking along the canal, and I took a wrong turn, and I just ended up in one of their housing estates, and they were ghosting me all the way through. It was like the most uneasy I've ever felt. I've been mugged before, and it felt worse than that.
Yeah. I'm American. I don't give a shit what it is. I'm an American. That's my race. If you want, you need an identifier. I'm an American. We're all mutts. You know what I'm saying? Muddled up, put
Hey,
together,
look,
taken apart.
mongrels are generally, on the whole, better attitude dogs, better health wise, all that sort of thing. Last the longer. The pedigree stuff and that inbred and all that sort of thing. They've all got problems. So nothing wrong with being a
I
mutt.
treat people with individual judgment. In other words, I don't, you know, I don't look at color as far as that goes. I look at behavior, how you behave, how you respect yourself and others. You know what I'm saying? So
Anyway,
Deb's coming in chat. Yeah.
Yep. So I got to get going, folks. I'll catch you all later. Phone call time for me. So yeah.
all right, yeah, give Tracy our love.
Say hi to the lady.
Will do. Take care.
Good seeing you, Jack.
Yeah, the only time I've been in those neighborhoods is when I'm lost.
Right. I guess it's gotten better with the GPS thing and the maps deal on the phone. You know.
The Black Hebrew Israelites, I would stay away from them.
Yeah, there's those guys are serious trouble.
They don't like any color really. So you know that if you ever hear that.
Yeah.
Because this girl's sister was married to one.
Florida's cat is a lot more alpha than mine. I've seen that video of the squirrel.
You lost me. You had a video of your cat, but you got lost to the squirrel.
No, Florida has a video on his channel of a cat just chomping down, eating a full squirrel.
Oh man, they ate like 8 of them. I only found the tails.
8 of them.
8 of them. Yeah, I only found the tails. The
You
whole
only
thing.
found tails?
A big old tail. Yeah. I kept thinking I'd find the rest of them. I never did.
No, Jesus. You keep
Tails? They ate like 8 of them. Took down the whole population down to 2.
Yeah, they are predators. So.
It's just they're crunching on the whole thing, the bones
I don't
and
have
everything.
those cats anymore, man. Those tan ones are gone.
Did you keep the tails?
Yeah, I had to throw them away.
No,
yeah, throw them out in the woods.
Hey, Wiz, I put the link for Swamp Song in the private chat.
I couldn't believe
yeah, okay.
Skulls, you know. They'd be gone. I know they wasn't burying them.
Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. I got it. Got to grab it here.
I had to quit feeding the birds out here because the cats were eating them. You know, it's way up. It's over 4 feet high. They were just taking them out in the air, man. And I couldn't bait up them little birds like that. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
But it's right outside my window, like 4 feet. You know, they'll come up and eat. And then you'll be looking, and all of a sudden, pew, they just disappear. And man, I felt bad when I saw that. I couldn't do that anymore.
All right, hold on a second. I got to get this. Okay.
Not put bait. Sure. Felt like I was putting bait out there. You know.
Yeah, mine goes for a spate of getting birds and bringing them home in the summer. So we put the feeders up. Like we have a drain pipe up to the roof, so we put the feeders up at roof level for them, and then we just take them down. And
that's what I thought about, or maybe I had this like a big metal rack kind of. I thought about setting that over it. That way they wouldn't be able to get, you know, the birds could land on that. You know, the cat wouldn't be able to jump. He would see that rack and he'd know he couldn't jump under it. He'd have to think about going around. There ain't no way. You know, the bird could fly away before, you know, slow it down. But dude, this fucking rat this big with the tail was about that long.
Yeah.
This one here brought it in and it was still alive. and it started coming back to consciousness. It had big old teeth.
Yeah, that's what my cat keeps doing. Half dead things. Just
I
brings them
kicked
in and
it
then
down
it
the
doesn't.
hallway. I mean, like 3 or 4 times I kicked it down the hallway. I said, "Go eat that thing in there. Just get bringing it in here."
And mine doesn't eat them either. He just kills them for fun. Well, half kills them.
Well, quit feeding him. He'll start eating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll eat it. They'll eat the whole thing.
We used to
Yeah,
have
that's
a
what I should have
cat
done.
that would catch mice in the house, and it would torture them, just play with them and bat them around the room until they were senseless, and then he'd kill them. And then he would drag him, put him in his mouth and carry him over and drop him in my dad's shoes. My dad would always have to check, shake his shoes out before he put them on, because a lot of times there'd be dead mice inside.
I can't believe
Yeah.
they eat it, man. It's nasty.
Even if the Noah's Ark story isn't real, it's about like willpower and devotion to God. That's what we all need, especially with what's coming up. Yeah, you can say anything here. And I believe in God, but it's kind of like 2 of every animal. I don't know. Maybe it was massive. Who knows? Noah could have been a giant. I don't know. It doesn't specify.
Yeah. None of us was there. No man knows all the answers. I'm going to tell you that. No man. And also, no man can see the future and be sure about that. Nobody can tell you about tomorrow.
Well, everybody's got their own predictions about coronavirus and any topic, and
They
Bernie
can
Sanders
believe.
supporters are over there in their own reality blaming Trump for it, and we're over here knowing the truth. Yeah.
Yep.
So you don't even know what's going on now, let alone in the future.
Dude, we don't even know what's in fucking space. Right there. Right there. Just a little bit up higher than that. I ain't seen it. You ain't seen it. None of us seen it. Really. Think about that one.
Yeah.
Some people will build a rocket just so they can see it. They'll build it and ride it.
And then die.
Really?
Virgin Galactic.
Think about it.
I've actually spoken with an astronaut before, a couple of them. We have a NASA research facility here in Cleveland, and when I was in Scouts, we went to a symposium that they had there where a crew from one of the shuttle missions back in the 90s was given a lecture. It was pretty interesting stuff.
I mean, really, who knows, man? I don't even think the sun is like fire at all.
If you close off one eye, if you put your hand over one eye and look at the sun, it doesn't do anything to you. And you can do it with both eyes, and then when you look with both, it shines you out.
I don't think that at all. I don't think there's a.
But don't look too long
the
because
earth.
it does burn your eye. Still.
I don't think there's such thing as a molten center of the earth. There's no way. No way. You wouldn't be able to freaking walk on the ground without your shoes melting off your feet if it was 5 million degrees in the center of the earth. No way in heck.
You know what's at the center of the earth?
No.
I'm guessing it's like a geode. It's my guess.
Goat time.
It's a big ass goat.
It's Baphomet with its tits flailing around.
That's weird. That's weird. I wouldn't even admit that until after this dream I had. I had a dream, man. And it freaking changed me.
Well, I've got a book called Angelology, and it says there's 3 spheres. There's the Earth, Then there's the angelic sphere, and then there's heaven, and there's also a hell sphere somewhere. So I think it's like spheres on spheres on spheres. That'd be my guess, because that's what's
or
resonated.
vibrations or vibration,
Yeah,
because there are, a radio frequency. You can't see that, man. You cannot see that,
yeah,
but you can pick it up on, it's a station on your thing. Well, like a subwoofer, 80 hertz, 50 hertz, you can't hear that, but you can feel it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
You can hear it, but you can feel it. You know what I mean? Pump some amps through there at 80 hertz, and that's just half of the hertz. You know what I mean? That's half of the vibration equation.
There's a lot of stuff in the study of angels. They call it angelology, and
And you can't see that. You can't see radio frequency. You can't see that. You know what I mean? So who knows what could be in between, what's holding the atmosphere down? You know what I mean? Or is there? We don't know.
yeah, it names the Rockefellers in this book. They burnt down an angel convent, and then they tried to take it over, and the convent was like, "No." It mixes in a bit of fiction with it, but it names the Rockefellers.
Every like book that teaches you stuff up until a certain point of time, nobody knew the stuff we know now. It wasn't well known, the stuff we know in the last 30 years. So anything written before that we all been taught was bullshit. Because
yeah,
you didn't know. Nobody knew. You know what I mean? It was all a lie.
Abigail Rockefeller, it names in here.
All this stuff was a lie. Was basically my dream. All these little things we learned. Like how the moon is got craters in it. It's not from any impact. You'd think that craters hit the moon and made it look like that, but it's not from any impact. There's no way. No way.
Yeah, I've seen a film where it says there's like people that look like agents, and they say, "Yeah, we've been called angels, and we're not actually angels, but we're here to protect humans." And it shows it all. I forgot what it. Oh, the Adjustment Bureau. Yeah, that's a really good film. So I believe that, rather than what they show it as.
I don't
Secret
think so
Society.
either.
Yeah.
I've heard stories about that, Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, were you also Egg Pop?
Yeah, I'm Egg Pop. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
That's my gaming name, and JSUK News is my thing. But I wasn't in the mood for talking about news today, so I changed my name.
Okay. I just call you Tim. So
yeah.
See, it's like the word cracker. I don't need to know your name. Just tell me what to call you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fine.
Like that.
It's the Adjustment Bureau. You can get it online if you know where to look on the movie sites. It ends really like mindfuckily as well. It's pretty good in a good way. It's about a politician that's being guided by them in a certain way, and because he's going off God's plan, and it's like a little book of God's plan for everybody, they take action to keep him in line. But it's a lot more like deep than that when it gets going. But there's one speech in that film where he's like, "We've been called angels, we've been called, all the names that people say, but some people call us angels, some people call us other things. I can't remember, but it's a really good quote." And it says in that film that they saved us from the Cuban Missile Crisis as well.
I'm trying to think. I'm racking my brain. That's ringing a bell. I'm racking my brain trying to think of like.
I keep having these big, like, synchronicity days where I'll pray to God, and then stuff will happen. Like, I said I wanted to get back into reading. The angelology book was in a local bookshop on the floor, pulled out, and my attention was drawn to it right on the floor. You know what I mean? And then when I start helping the homeless, the newspaper lines up 3 weeks after helping them, saying that a pastor's trying to help them as well. And the LGBT stuff, that was with Tommy Robinson. He's starting to go against it. I think there's some, like, covert intelligence agencies, but they're the good ones. That's what I think they are, to be honest. And that's not to say angels don't exist. They probably got a line to them. I'm saying how they come down here.
Yeah, or if it's even down here, you know. Yeah, that's could be. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I never really.
But I said I want to get back into reading books, and then that was on the floor of the bookshop when I walked in. And then it names Abigail Rockefeller and all that crap.
Dude, I remember actual books.
But people have seen it on this channel where I'm researching stuff and I'm looking into stuff all the time, and then somebody's telling the truth about it, and then it moves on. I think that either God's trying to show me his work, which is like, yeah, there's a pastor here helping the homeless, you've spoke to the homeless, and they've told you exactly what he said. And then the LGBT stuff, okay, that's Tommy Robinson, look what he said. I'm a messenger, maybe. I don't know. But I'm rolling with it because they saved my dad from cancer, so they answered that prayer because I lost 2 other parents to cancer, and that's the first time I prayed in like 20 years since I was a little kid. So I'll do whatever back.
Man, that's good. That sounds great, man. I was way older than you before I even was at that point where I even prayed for someone else. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it was actually my uncle and my auntie laying into me and bullying me and saying I'm not normal and slaying me with words that made me. I was crying, I was distressed, and I prayed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. It was like I was so downtrodden with it all because I'd lost my biological mum and my adopted mum to cancer. So I was like, it was a really upset, depressed prayer as well. But then they let me know that they were saving my dad like straight away. I'm not saying more about that because it will sound not true, but it was true. How they did it. I'm just saying this reality is what you see it as.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Friggin', I could see like people's auroras everywhere for like a long time, and when I was in the hospital, there was so much like purple around my dad, like healing colors that I just knew then. And then when he told me he was cancer free, it lined up with like the numbers they were using numerology. So I looked at the time, and it was the same time as when they first did it. So yeah. And then I got hijacked by fucking fallen angels for a while, and they twisted me into the fucking New World Order shit. Be vegan, it's bad, all that crap. And then I realized that was a load of crap, and then I came back. Because I had a week of seeing messages, Satan isn't so bad, Satan's the good guy. And I'm like, this is bullshit, what's going on here? So I realigned. I actually prayed to God and Jesus and denounced Satan, and then they were gone.
Oh, man.
So...
Hey, don't feel bad. I was a Satanist in 88 till about 2002.
Yeah. I mean, that was a conscious choice.
Was a brainwashing tool be applied as a tool to control.
But that's the thing with the fake Christians, the fake Christian institutions, like the ones that rape kids and all that, and the ones that are introducing LGBT stuff. They do want control. They do use it as a form of control.
And I realized that later. But what brought me back was adopting a set of morals exactly like the Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
And that brought me back to.
You don't have to sit in a building with a bunch of other people to have a relationship with God and put money in a tray, you know?
Right.
You don't need that.
Yeah.
And if when they colonized other countries and they made people suffer, they had to answer to God because they're causing suffering. That's not true Christianity, in my opinion. Because it doesn't follow the teaching. The first teaching is respect other people and don't harm people.
But see, I also had other issues that I didn't really know I had until I took some medication for a period of time.
Yeah, it's always a battle. It's always a battle. At least we're conscious of the battle. Many people aren't conscious of it. Like you get the few Satanists or whatever, but like people do bad and they're not conscious of why they're doing bad, or spirit hijacking is very real.
Yeah, and it felt like looking back now, it felt like something was attached to me that isn't attached now. Because I don't even think, it was crazy, the shit I would think of.
Yeah. I went through that as well. So I used to be a piece of shit, a real piece of shit, when I wasn't conscious of anything.
Yeah. It happens. I guess.
And it's taken me like the last 4 years to eventually wean the hot temperedness out. Because I used to I've had anger issues since I was little. So I got rid of them now. Oh yeah, he made McDonald's and I can eat my Big Macs.
I think anger is like a zit. It's perfectly natural to be angry and mad, but you can direct it elsewhere and let it vent, and then you can be unmad just like you can be mad.
I just cry a lot now. I don't get angry anymore. I'm like, 3-year-olds are being taught to suck dick. Okay, I'm gonna cry.
I think you can get angry pretty easy. You can be angry at just the way things happen. But if you keep holding it in, man, you're gonna.
It's not good for your blood pressure.
You're gonna pop.
Yeah.
That's how my dad went.
I've been fine with it.
Because you'll look back on it and be like, man, I'm not even mad anymore. But damn, how I acted was,
Yeah.
Because that's how it is. You get mad, then you get unmad.
I directed it in the right places on
go
off days.
through life, you're happy, then you're not happy. It's part of living. It's part of living.
Definitely.
It's not necessarily negative,
The subliminal, well, it's not even subliminal brainwashing anymore. For joining the dark side and all that, that proves that it's true.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And when people hear you talk about it, they're like, Star Wars? No, the real stuff.
Yeah. No. I think there's been a huge level of manipulation for about 30 years.
They're not even subtle with it anymore.
Nope.
That's the funny thing.
Nope.
Like, you think a TV show like Mr. Pickles would have existed?
It wouldn't even matter. Wouldn't even matter. That's how bad it is, because it don't even matter.
Yeah.
It's what I get It's what I observe. You know, that's what I observe. I quit watching TV, man. I've never seen a single episode of Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, the House
I
of
hear
Cards.
about TV, like
None of that.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch reboot having a satanic sacrifice where she sells herself to Satan at the end. I hear about that stuff about TV, and then I just don't bother. Netflix. My brother's Netflix account, when I logged into it, friggin' drag queen, Satan, 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 all one after the
Yeah.
other. He's
What are
brainwashed.
they trying? Yeah. What are they trying to tell him?
Yeah.
You know what? Listen. This is what I know. These animals, these cats, they see each other doing something, and then they'll mimic it just from seeing one of them do it.
My cat does that when I'm sleeping with him at
Yeah.
night. If I sigh, if I go like that,
Yeah.
he does it straight away. Yeah.
Now let me ask you this: how would these people be acting, dressing, or talking if they didn't see it on TV first?
And Netflix.
Yeah, when I look at the majority of TV nowadays, this is what runs through my head.
I mean, think about that. How would these people, you know, if they didn't have an example of it to look like? How would they look like a hippie if they didn't know what the?
Oh shit!
Hey, Wiz.
You know what I mean?
Hey,
You know
we
how many
got
people?
an issue. Restream is not working. Anything in YouTube is not crossing over to StreamYard.
Oh, and I don't see any more YouTube either.
Hold on a second. Let me pull it up.
Did we get banned for using the F word?
No, no. It's just from time to time, Restream gets messed up.
Yeah, we were just having a deep discussion about spirituality and TV.
I think that they're like the certain type of music was kind of setting examples for people how to look on the street. And then, if you see these people out on the street, like the police, they're going to pull them over because they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because of how they look. Or they got rims on their car, or it's booming. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, you know,
I had a rogue police officer that kept stopping me all the time because I was wearing like a hoodie when it was raining when I was walking around. Because I like to go for walks at 5 in the morning, and it's pretty quiet
I used to do that.
Yeah, I can hear the river flowing and no dickheads are around. And he would stop me every time. And I actually got him fired for doing it. I spoke to the head of the police and he said, yeah, he should issue you with a stop form on why he's stopping you. Then I asked him for stop forms when he was stopping me. Like, you can be issued a form with why they've stopped you and they have to sign it and stuff. And he wouldn't do it. So I went back to the head of the police. I said, he's not doing it. He's doing it with me and a bunch of my friends as well. Because he was just like, he punched somebody in the face and put him in the back of a police van for nothing. They were just stood there. So I was like, okay, I'm going to get this guy chopped out. And then, yeah, I got him fired.
I'll give you an example of one in progress right now. The word manifesto. What the fuck is that? But I tell you what, it's possible that there is going to be somebody out there that's going to say, oh man, I'm going to write one of them, and they're going to do that. And, fall into that. It's almost like an example has been given. This, you act like this and do this. This is what you're also going to do.
Do you not find it weird that it has the word manifest in it?
Exactly. Yeah, that's just another thing, like these people walk around that think they're gangsters or they're balling with big money. You know what I mean? They're going to try to act and dress a certain way.
They're leading to the downfall of society because that's what they're going to use to justify
do
the
they
smart
know
grid.
that? How do
And
they
then
know
everybody gets fucked.
right? They see it
Music and TV. Yeah.
before.
Yeah. About Aaron, I don't know. I've tried to call, and there's just no. His phone doesn't even ring. Like it's not powered up. Like it's not even turned on.
It
So
might have broke.
I'm
Maybe.
not, I'm not sure what's going on, but that's the only way I have to get a hold of him. As far as I know, there's no other way. Not like we can call a neighbor. You know, nobody knows where he's at. Actually,
Shit.
Well, does anybody have warehouse dwellers number?
You know what I was saying about those were only my theories. That's nothing that I know.
Well, they call it programming on TV. TV programming.
Right. You know,
yeah.
you're going to have to show somebody what they can do or can. You know, if you see an example of it, you might emulate it somewhere.
All the police shows making the police look good, and then I go into live streams during the day and they're just fucking people.
Something's on a loop.
Someone's got an audio loop.
Yep, they're shutting him down.
that
what
was
it is. No, we're close to the. Yeah. No.
Sorry about that. That was me. I was messing with things, trying to get Restream to work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then that wasn't a. But
yeah, that wasn't a mess.
So they could be listening. I thought of it. So.
Right.
So, like I said in the past, when I did a radio show, it was static the fuck out on recordings all the time when I was saying something important in the recording.
Oh,
I
wow. Yeah.
I tried to re-record it like 5 times what I was talking about because it was at the time it was the Westminster child abuse ring, and they do not like anything on that subject at all. And now they're doing a report to cover it up.
Yeah, well, they don't like Richard D. Hall either. I couldn't even type his name in YouTube in the chat. And Rich Planet, you know, all the documentaries I used to watch, none of them were controversial. But maybe they were in your country because the level of manipulation is a little bit more intense there.
Yeah.
Way more. And you know what? We don't even know how. We don't even know how exactly.
There's a woman with 3,000 subscribers. She talks about the child abuse all the time, and she only gets like me as a viewer.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I tell you, I've seen my chat not even appear and didn't even know it.
Okay, guys. In order to fix this, we're gonna have to shut down the stream and restart. Now, all the chatters can stay where they are as long as you guys stay there. I think we can do this. But what I can do is, well, yeah.
If we don't come back, I'll hit refresh on mine and try it, I guess.
It's going to be a different StreamYard link.
Oh, it'll be a different link?
Yeah, the StreamYard link's going to change. The chatters will still stay in the pages, but the StreamYard link is going to change, and then we can reconnect.
Okay, I might have to go to private chat if I don't hang in there. You know, because I only got this tab open, this link open.
Oh, okay. If you go back to the YouTube page, I'll post the link.
Okay. All right, I'll do that.
It'll be just a few seconds. All right.
Well, it'll take me a minute to get there.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end this, and then we'll restart, and should be just a matter of a few seconds, and I'll be back, and we'll get connected up and get everybody back online. Okay.
All right. Later, fuckers.
Right. Right.
Yeah, this is